Say half a job, Oudtshoorn.
A very good afternoon here from the recreation ground in Oudtshoorn for the last home fixture of the 6-month-old Gardener badges. They've gotten it a lot, and the teammate is just ahead of them. He's the Mpumalanga Rhinos, and they're ready for the starts today. The badges have won the toss and opted to bowl. Co-commentator Provincial and Rhinos. Yes, the opening batters for the Rhinos is Mohammed Najib, and alongside them Sabine Tanger, and also the speaker of this team, a very good white ball batter, Yuri Snyman. The two umpires on the previous season of the ground, former South African international players in the Straightly, and the other on the northern end, the Riverside ball of the ground, we've got Karen Klaster as the co-umpire. Important game for both teams. The badges will need to win this one to avoid the wooden spoon.
Yes, very important game for all individuals on this team. It's an opportunity for them to play the good stuff. How it will start us off this afternoon is the Bona. The off spinner is from the previous season.
Yep, the Badgers made two changes before. We'll come to that now. We'll first wait for the first over. Malefi to Mayet, and he will pick up a single to mid-wicket as Malefi himself will do the fielding. Two changes to the Badgers side. Jean Duplessis was not available in the previous fixture against the Inyati, where the Badgers lost in the last over. He comes in for Kelly Smuts, and Peko Moletsane has been replaced by Matthew Christensen. We will talk about that now as we await Malefi's second delivery to the dangerous Yuri Snyman, who's on strike. Just forward offensive, the delivery, second one of the innings, and also from his over as he's played forward defensively by Snyman. Once again, nicely on the money, and the fielding is done on the offside by Tyrese Carlser. Carlser, who is retained in the team, but instead of batting at number 3, he will move to number 7 in the batting lineup. Malefi to Snyman. And once again, just pushed it out to the onside. Malefi himself will do the fielding, and one more added to the score, and also the first one for Snyman.
It looks like Snyman and the Hits just having a look at what the wicket can offer them here. Not being very explosive up front. Because Malefi is trying to find a good length and trying to get out this over.
Fielding is done run around from Brisis, who's next to the square leg umpire, as it's just worked around to the leg side for a single, and Snyman will be on strike. For the last ball of the over, the first 3 balls, and the first 5 balls, we saw 3 runs. Important delivery for Malefi to keep the pressure on. Another well-aimed delivery, it's played on, the fielding is done, and only no run added to the score. Warren, you have a look at the wicket, some grass on the wicket?
Yes, I think so. Wicket, but also
satisfactory performance against the Inyati on Saturday, and he will bowl from the northern side of the ground, the riverside mall end. He will run in, and I think the one thing that he will need to work on was a few wide deliveries they pushed around on Saturday. He will bowl to the right-hander Mayet with one slipping position. Oh, that's a very good delivery from Sintu Majiza, as Capel will do the fielding, The Rhinos, they are also a little bit under pressure. They suffered a heavy defeat earlier in the week. They played against Northern Cape, where Northern Cape scored 156 for 4 and dismissed Mpumalanga for only 77. A very impressive bowling performance, and you can jot the name down, Johan van Dijk. He bagged 5 for 21 in his 4 overs as we watch Machisa running in. On the leg side, and his first wide, as I said earlier in commentary, he will definitely need to pick up his lines. That one wide down the leg side. Field placing, pretty conventional field placing up front. As when a power play, third man and square leg outside the circle, right on the boundaries.
Yeah, but noted from the Machisa, they're throwing down leg. Hopefully he can get his lines correct here for the next 11.
Once again on the leg side, just I think, not sure if there was bat on that, but a wicketkeeper, Jean du Plessis, just a few strides towards his left, he picked up the ball and no run added to the score. It's quite a hot day outside. We're already in autumn, as today is actually the turn of the season, the 21st of March. So the sun was shining straight on the equator. Wide outside off, nicely fielded by Carlsen, who dives to his right, no run added to the score. Warren, I think, looking at, have a chat to Jean du Plessis earlier, just before the toss. He wasn't 100% sure what he wants to do, but they will definitely aim to restrict the Rhinos to 140, 150.
Yeah, they'll definitely, as you said, not really sure of the captain, but also of what he wanted to do, but also he probably just trying to feel his way into this game here. Hence him bowling first, it's a fresh wicket. Just throwing down leg again there.
And that's not what we want to see. His second wide in his first over, additional ball, extra ball, and also another scoring opportunity.
Yeah, the previous ball, he had probably feels like he missed out. There was width given, you know, early on in this T20 format, any width, the battle pounces. There's Machita run into the Ooh.
And that is short and well connected. He was early on the shot, over square leg for 6, deep square leg, and 6 runs to Mayet.
Good shot, Mayet. Bowler just trying off his length there. Generally, we know he was going to not leave the stumps, but I think the previous couple of balls with him just going down leg got the line right, and obviously there the length also wrong. He's paying for that by the big boundary and out on the leg side. Yeah, great shot, man.
So we just had a look towards the Grobelaars River, running on the western side of the ground. There was a spectator entering, and there was some work for him to do to collect the ball. Machisa to Mayet. Inside edge, they all count. It was a much better line at his bowling. Inside edge to Mayet, just wide of the keeper, and 4 more runs signalled by umpire Karen Plaster.
Yeah, not to start the badges once here from the opening bowler, Machisa. He's still got 1 delivery left in his over. He's already went for 12. See if he can come up with a better comeback to close up this over.
He will have to come back. The pressure in this over has been released by Mayet with that 6 boundary, and then also the 4 from the previous delivery. Wide outside off, much better delivery from Machisa, no run. So we're done with the second over of the match, and the score 15 without loss. We spoke about it earlier before commentary. The crucial thing which the Badgers lack was their performance from over 7 to 15. In all the previous games, they did fairly well during the power play, but they lack power hitting and also to contain runs in those overs.
Yeah, the Badgers want to just tidy up in all aspects of the game. As my co-commentator mentioned, the periods from 6 to 15 is probably where they fall asleep a little bit. But yeah, as we can see here is a bowling change. Carlsen from the street in.
Yeah, he's replacing Leabona Malefi, Therese Carlsen, and that's a well-aimed bouncer. It's not wired, and umpire Shezi correctly indicated to him that was the ball that was allowed to be bowled higher than shoulder height, and a good start from Carlsen.
Just to make viewers aware, fine leg and third man's up, so he's got long on and car corner out.
And that is something which the Badgers will definitely like to avoid. The third wide as we are into the third over of this innings from the Rhinos. Yuri Snyman, an experienced, powerful batter on strike.
Yeah.
Nicely played, well fielded at point by Thomas Carver, who returns it to Duplessis. An interesting change in the batters team where they picked Christensen, Matthew Christensen, who will most probably either open the batting or batting at number 3 in the place of Peko Moletsane. This one is played towards square leg on the onside, and the big boy Heath Richards fielded it on the first bounce and returned it.
Yeah, just back to the point you mentioned earlier about them not being spot on. I think they bowled quite nicely. It's just that as Carlos runs in here. Oh,
Snyman goes over the top, and that one will go for maximum.
Yeah, great shot, Snyman.
Trademark shot by the dangerous Yuri Snyman, and he will get 6 from the third delivery of the over.
Yeah, like I said earlier, the Badgers is finding themselves under pressure where they go for more than 12 too often in the middle period. Oh,
this one is a delivery on the leg side, flicked for 4 over fine leg. Well executed shot by Snyman.
Yeah, not great bowling here from Carlsen in the power play. 2 boundaries in this over 6 and 4 already. He still needs to close up his over. See if he's got a capability of bouncing back, if it's going to be a field change or not. Let's see. I think they're sticking to the same field. But Snyman bouncing on a loose delivery here.
Another wide, bowled by Carlsen, and ill discipline will be costly for the Badgers.
Yeah, current score 27 out lost. Carlsen into Snyman. Punches it down the ground to long on, just for 1.
No need for any risk, as Carlsen conceded 13 runs in his opening over, taking the score of the visitors to 28 without lost after only 3 overs. Very good start, and like we often see, teams have good starts and then somewhere somehow they lost the plot, and can the Rhinos keep the momentum and capitalize and build on this sound opening few overs?
Yeah, history at the rec here is that players and the teams come out very well in the power play. And like we said earlier, it's the period from 6 to 15, 14, 15 where the rate just slows down. I guess the Rhinos also off to a good start here in the power play.
So we will see the introduction of leg spin from Kyle Jacobs. He is on the bowling averages the most successful bowler from the Badgers. He bagged 7 wickets thus far, and he will bowl to the left-hander Yuri Snyman, who's on strike.
Yeah, Kyle will bowl off spin to the left-handers. Now we see leg spin to the right-handers. Great skill set being executed there by Kyle.
Jacobs to Snyman, and Richards once again put his long body towards the left to make sure that there's no run added to the score. Just a question, Warren, no slip for the left-hander?
Yeah, so probably just because of the previous 2 overs, they're trying to play it safer.
Jacobs to Snyman. Short delivery, and he's very lucky to get away with the dot ball there as he hit it towards square leg where Carlson is doing the fielding.
Yeah, again, it just looks like the ball just sitting up into the wicket, so maybe Carl just trying to get some push onto this ball here. Oi.
Better delivery. Carlson neatly does the fielding, but Snyman rushes through for a single.
Here's the first 3 deliveries to Snyman. Was off spin, like we said earlier. Carl will go back to bowling leg spin to the right hander, opting to have long off out and deep with wicket.
So it's Mohammad Mayet. He's on 12 from 8 deliveries, who will face Jacobs for the first time in what will be his 4th ball of the 4th over of the match. That's well bowled Carl Jacobs. Tried a cut shot there, well read by the bowler.
Yeah, just looked like a top spinner there, just skidding straight through of Carl Jacobs. Good dot here for the Badgers.
It's another dot ball, well executed by Jacobs. And as you say, can he finish this over strong? He only conceded that single, and the batsman on strike is Mohammad Mayet. The partnership is 29. Very well bowled first over by Carl Jacobs. He's earning his stripes for the Badgers in the T20 campaign.
Yeah, he's making use of his bowling abilities here for the Badgers. Also slightly better awareness of everyone around in the field. Previously they will leave the cover very close. They move them on to the circle, so protecting the bounds in the power play as Carl went for 1 in his first over. Current score reading 29 without loss after 4.
Yeah, there was also a change in the coaching staff of the Rhinos prior to the T20 campaign. Mbaze Kadushe, who was the assistant, he took over the reins as head coach. So it's Malefi in to Snyman, and that's a well executed shot wide of mid-on, and that's 4 runs added to Yuri Snyman.
Yeah, again, not to start, Malefi wanted to reach first, to his second over, as the first ball goes for boundary. Well played, Snyman. Yeah, it's been a tough start from that side of the ground for the Badgers. Let's see if Malefa can pull it back. Forward defence there, straight back to the bowler. Yeah, Malefa needs to look to break through for his team here, just to break momentum again, as the current score stands at 33 without loss.
It's a well bowled delivery. Couldn't get that one to the area just wide of mid-on, where he earlier in the over hit a well constructed boundary. Some word of encouragement there from Thomas Carver to Leabona Malefi. Well bowled by Malefi. Forward defensive by Yuri Snyman.
Yeah, good comeback so far. 3 dot balls after the boundary.
Malefi in his 3rd match for the Badgers. He started his professional career this season, as we watch this one delivery, and the fielding is done by the left-handed Capel at mid-on as the batters run through for a single. Apologies, that was Gerard Jardine at mid-on, the tall Gerard Jardine from Kes High School in Johannesburg, as we will see Mayet to see out the last ball of the over to Malefi. This one is hit straight to Jardine. There's a chance for a run out. Umpire Shezi is unmoved. A bit of a risky single, but it was hit towards the left of Jardine. 1 run added to the score, and 35 without loss after 5 overs. He tells you that they're batting at exactly 7 to the over, And Mayet and his captain Yuri Snyman, they will be very satisfied with the start. I earlier referred to the change in the coaching staff for the Rhinos. Geduje, as I said, took over the head coach position, and Gerard Vosloo is the assistant coach. And we will see another change of bowling. After he only conceded 1 run in his previous over, we will now see the left-hander Jared Jardine will bowl from the northern end of the ground, which is the commentary box end. Jardine, by a long shot, the best pace bowler of the Badgers thus far in this campaign.
Jardine has constructed his spells nicely here. Also again, credit to the captain, not letting the batters settle into one specific bowler as they keep changing up from the ends. Slightly disappointing end for the Rhinos as they started the previous over with a boundary and only conceded, only got 6 runs from their previous over. So they'll try and capitalize in this over from Jardine, but I'm sure you'll be up for the challenge.
No fireworks as yet in terms of the run rate. Yuri Snyman batting at a runner ball, and Mayet just a little bit better than a runner ball. He's 13, he's from 12. But on top of that, there were 4 wides already bowled in the 5 overs which we saw. Jardine to Mayet. Oh, he dived towards his right. Carl Jacobs just couldn't get to that delivery.
Yeah, foolish delivery on leg stump there. Mayet trying to clip it through mid-wicket and just fell short of Carl Jacobs at the wicket.
Inches short of the reaching out hands from Carl Jacobs. Oh, that's a well bowled delivery right into the rib cages of Mayet.
Dot ball for Jardine there. Jardine again opting to have deep square out and then point, same as his previous field. He's understanding his plan, he's trying to execute that again today.
Jardine to Mayet, and that's just clip the pads, and it will run away what seems to be 4 leg byes as signalled by umpire Plaster. 4 added to the score, not to the credit of the batsman, but 4 added to the total as they move to 39. Unfortunately, that one's straying a little bit towards the leg side, and 4 byes added. Wide of keeper Jean du Plessis, no chance that he can get to that. And Jardine will be cross with himself as he just missed his line there. Exactly where he bowled his first delivery of the over. It from a foolish length to Carl Jacobs at mid-wicket, inside the circle, neatly tidied, that's the fielding, and dot ball to Jardine.
Jardine trying to just tidy up this over. A couple of loose overs in this power play, just slightly give momentum to the Rhinos. It's a field change now. His fine leg goes back and T-point is coming up. Again, he's probably going to just try and hit the stumps on middle and leg stump here.
2 balls left in the power play. Jardine to Mayet. That one is short, and he capitalized. He hit that one straight over the fence, and that's a well executed shot by Mayet. His second boundary in that direction. We also seen to Majiza over square leg for 6, and that was a bigger one this time.
Yeah, probably the right line, but the length wrong here from Jared. As the previous bowler also disappeared over the same boundary, as we can see now. Mayet like it on the shorter side, irrespective how big the boundary is, always going to take it on. Good shot there.
Yeah, very quick to capitalize on anything short.
Jardine a bit under pressure to come out this over here.
Another short one, and he punishes it over mid-wicket for 6. He hit that one straight over the roof of the clubhouse, and that brought an end to the power play. A strong finish by the visitors.
Yeah, great shot again, same length, same result. I mean, not a way to end your power play as a bowling side. As a current score is 51 without loss after 6 overs.
Yeah, the average power play score here in a T20 match is 52 for 2, and they finish on 51 without loss. So after being sent into bat, the visitors will be quite happy with the way the proceedings has went thus far. Interestingly enough, 5 bowlers bowled by the captain Jean du Plessis in the first 6 overs. Jardine and Carlse, the 2 seam bowlers, they were very expensive. Carlse conceded 13 and Jardine 12 in their opening overs.
Yeah, looks like it.
Now that ball went over the roof, right into the Groblaas River, and the third umpire, Andre Willefeer, is making his way to the ground, and they will need to find a ball there, and that is only 6 overs old. Doesn't seem to be a problem, and the 2 umpires expected the ball. They're quite happy with it. So from the Vrede Street end to the southern end of the ground, where the Outeniqua Mountains lie, we will see the 7th over, and that will be bowled by Sintu Machiza.
I think that's the end of that ball. Not going to get it back. There's a few people trying to retrieve it, but it's in the rim.
It's not often that we saw batters that hit the ball over that clubhouse. I can recall 2 of them. Both played for South Africa in the white ball format. Christian Jonker, and of course Dwayne Pretoria is hitting that one straight over in a franchise game here between the Cobras and the Lions. Machiza to Snyman. Oh, that's a well bowled delivery. He would like to keep his consistency, just try to squeeze the pressure back to the Badgers, who will be seeking a wicket and a breakthrough.
Yeah, the Badgers normally pulls it back after in this part of the game, normally by using their spin, but now Machiza has asked just to pull the run back. Also bearing in mind, I think everyone knows what's going to slow this run rate down. There's a wicket, so he's obviously putting his arm to strike as well.
This one is nicely worked around to fine leg, where Carl Jacobs is running in. Tylee picks it up from the green grass of Oudtshoorn and returns it to his captain Jean du Plessis.
Yeah, a lot of movement in the field here. As Mahetson strikes, so our deep square goes out, deep with wicket. And long off is coming out, and obviously sweep a boundary. So he's going to go. Machiza looking to get straight down the wicket on the stumps here. Maybe in a hard length.
He will. Oh, that's a very well bowled delivery. That's probably one of his best deliveries of the day thus far by Sintu Magic Machiza, the man there from Tembale to in George, who spent 2 years at the Fort Hare Academy in Alice in the Eastern Cape, and after returning he played himself into a professional contract here with the Badgers.
Change of field for the Magic Man here. Deep, long off goes out, deep at wicket comes up, so now probably on the fuller side again. Oh, it's length, and that's a chance for Carver. Carver's underneath it. Oh,
that's a well catch from Carver, right on the boundary. He moved, premeditated shot. He aimed to hit the ball towards the leg side. The breakthrough for Machiza, and a well constructed catch by Carver, who held his balance on the boundary. First wicket went down after a well constructed, well played opening partnership of 52 between Mohamed Mahmoud, who faced 25 balls for his 19, was caught on the boundary by Carver from the bowling of Machiza and breakthrough.
Yeah, Carver held his nerve nicely there. He was very close to the boundary rope. Good catch from Carver. As the Badgers broke this partnership, it was on 52. Current run rate also batting at 8.1 as the new batter strides into the crease.
Yeah, it's the former Afrikaans Hoër Seunskool player, Herman Rolfs. He played for the SA under 19s and he will join his captain Yuri Snyman.
Badges will just try and put the brakes onto this innings.
We're a bit surprised to see the entry of Rolfs at number 3. He's more renowned as a bowler. And he will join his captain. Very colourful gloves, shiny orange, and Rolfs will face Majiza.
Majiza opting to bring first slip. He's going to go to second slip for the new batter.
It's Blade Capel who's Warren referring to. He moved to second slip. Majiza to Rolfs. Oh, that's a classy shot from a man that's better known for his bowling, as he did to deep point, where the fielding is done by Matthew Christensen, who moved towards his left, and 2 runs added to the total, and he's off the mark from his very first ball, Herman Rolfs.
Yeah, good flow of the hands there. Some worth offered for Rolfs, so he's taken it as he opens his account. It's 2.
Yeah, I didn't bowl in the 4-day match that was concluded, the 4-day competition between the same 2 sides. So we also will have a look at his bowling ability. That one nice touch down to third man, and 1 more to Rolfs. So that's the end of the 7th over, 55 for 1, and Rolfs will remain on strike, as we will keenly see. Seems that Thomas Carver will be introduced into the action in his first over here from the northern side of the ground, and he is a match winner. Needs no introduction. He played for the Inyati for the past 2 seasons. He was signed by the Badger this season, and he also had a stint with MI Cape Town where he tasted some successes in the SA20 competition that came to an end early in February this year.
Yeah, the captain opting for another spinner this side. It doesn't look like any bowlers allowed to bowl more than 1 over from this end. They keep changing it, so let's see if this plan's going to work for the captain here.
The same strategy was followed last week when Jet Li van Brieses was the captain, where he changed his bowlers frequently. Carver to Rolfs. That's a full delivery, and it's too wide for Christensen. 4 runs added to the score. I must say, Rolfs looked very, very acquainted with the bat.
I'm also not going to agree with the comments we made up here the bowler. Yeah, a little freebie from Carver, and he pounced on it. Low full toss there, just to the mid-wicket area for 4. Carver nicely in the fuller length there. Rolfs knocked it out to deep mid on for 1. That will bring Snyman on to strike.
Carver will be desperate to settle with line and length. It's played towards the leg side, as the fielding is done by Carlse, who ran all the way from the square leg boundary 20 meters forward, picks up the ball, and he returns it to the keeper.
Yeah, Snyman, I think Snyman's happy just to knock it around here. Rules look like he was the one that's going to come out and play. As Carver's opting for a slip.
So once again hit out towards the cover area of the ground, and one more added to the total. I can only imagine it's a bit of innovation from the coaching staff and the captain to move Rolfs up the order. As we will see, the left-handed Yuri Snyman, he's on 20 from 21 deliveries, facing Kaber. There's number 15 on his back, Chatli van Brieses comes into the action, does the fielding, no run added to the score.
Yeah, dot there from Kaber, well needed dot. See if Snyman's going to take him on. This last ball is over.
It's
Takes
wide.
Yeah, it takes the one just slightly front of point, and it's the end of over number. And the current score is 63 for 1.
Just short of 8 runs to the over. Once again, I would say, being sent into bat, the Rhinos will be quite happy with where they currently sit.
Now the bowling change for the Street end. Jacobs into the attack.
Yeah, a very good opening over, but that was from this end of the ground where we sit at the northern end. He only conceded 1 run, and Jacobs will be bowling to Yuri Snyman. Must say, very, very impressed with Jacobs' bowling performances in this campaign, and as I said quite rightly earlier, he's the top badges bowler on the batting averages of the competition thus far. Just play to the onside as Van Brieses will make another 20 yards running in from the mid-wicket boundary, and one more added to Snyman. As you quite rightly said, he will be quite happy just to work it around, to stay there, because he can be a very, very explosive batter any time of the innings.
Yeah, you get the feelings. Snyman is just sussing out the conditions, like I said. Probably just waiting to view all the bowlers so we can take one down later on in this innings.
Once again, nice hands from Rolfs. He punched that one out. Fielding is done by Jardine. He did one more added to the total. Twelfth man Kelly Smuts. He'll be very proud. His brother John played an instrumental role last night in helping the Dolphins to overcome the Titans in Pretoria. Those of you who follow that game, a great century from Bryce Parsons in a rain-delayed match, earning victory for the Dolphins, as is one more added to the total.
Yeah, back here with us, these batsmen are happy just to keep ticking the scoreboard over, waiting for that loose delivery. Walker be able to contain Rose here. The fourth ball is over. Jacobs to
And was cut away just short of a diving Thomas Kaber. No run added to the score. Just got a tap there from his teammate Jared Jardine. That ball was flying towards the boundary as we watch Jacobs bowling the 5th ball of his 2nd over. Nicely swept towards the leg side. Filling is done by Therese Carlse, and 1 run added. The odd ball just dropping short from the fielders, but no chances offered to the fielding side. Remember, it's a public holiday in South Africa. It's Human Rights Day, and there's also a big festival coming up in the town. So as Snyman will collect a single, we can expect a few of the locals and also visitors to come and make a turn here at the ground. The KKN car, the 28th edition, will start here in Oudtshoorn tomorrow. So there will be plenty of theatre productions, lots of food and beverages, and something to enjoy.
Yeah, great entertainment on offer here in Oudtshoorn this weekend. So if you find yourself close by or around, walk into Oudtshoorn, a lot of activities. finish down very quickly.
But our attention will move to the 10th over of the innings as Thomas Carver will bowl his second over from the Vrede Street Mall end, the Riverside Mall end of the ground, I beg your pardon, to the left-hander Snyman. Foolish delivery, and the fielding is done by Jared Jardine on the long off boundary. Carver struggling to settle in his line and length. He went for 8 runs in his first over.
Yeah, we're kind of sitting and waiting to see who's going to make the play first. Yeah, it looks like Rules is here to take the game on. It just looks like he's got more intent. Where Snyman is just happy to knock it around. He punches it down to long on for 1. Yeah, both teams are just feeling each other out here. Like I said, who's going to make the play and trying to take the game by the scruff of the neck here. We saw this in the previous game also, just this period of time where run rate's around about 7.5. As the current score reads 70 for 1.
Just wide outside the reach of a diving Heath Richards. Fielding is done, and one more added to the score by Matthew Christensen, the boundary rider. It's a couple there. Yeah, the Rhinos will feel that should they win this one and the last game, they're still in for a chance to reach the semi-finals. By the look of things, currently on top of the lock is the Knights and the Impala Limpopo, and they will be pushing for a home semi-final. Carver, this one is nicely played by Yuri Snyman, who played most of his cricket for the Easterns-based franchise in Benoni, and he will get one more to the total.
Rhinos, Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga.
Carver to the right-hander Rolfs, who's on strike. Is that a chance?
We're off trying to run it down there. Just missed it. Yeah, Snyman's currently 28 of 29. Rolls is 10 of 12. Ken Carver trying to get out his over pretty tidy so far.
He went for 5 in his first 5 deliveries. This one is played to the onside as Jardine runs in, picks it up and returns it with a strong left-hand throw to the keeper. That's the halfway mark of the innings of the Rhinos, 74 for 1. And one sense that they will look to excel a little bit, get the foot on the petrol. Only one wicket lost, that was Mohamed Mayet. He was neatly caught on the boundary. He scored 25 of 20 from the bowling of Sinto Majiza. Majiza, he picked up 1 for 16 in his 2 overs. And the very economical Kyle Jacobs, who bowled 2 overs, conceded 6 runs, will continue from the Vrede Street end of the ground. To Rolfes, called a dead ball by umpire Shazy. You played against Shazy in your days?
Yeah, a couple of times. Some interesting battles there, some the left arm seam.
This one is hit out, and it's once again Matthew Christensen, who did a lot of running on that boundary in front of the clubhouse, who does the fielding.
Yeah. Tidy fielding there from a deep fielder, Christensen. The scout just trying to get his angles right there. Now he moves to deep square, car corner out. Deep mid wicket. Long on, long off, and sweep a boundary.
Jacobs to Snyman. And that one is hit straight. Will he clear the boundary? Yes, he does. And it's a beautiful executed shot. 6 runs added to Snyman, and he can become very, very dangerous from here on.
Yeah, great shot, Snyman. As I said the previous over, we wanting to see who's going to make the play. I think Snyman found it the right end.
Just work around the corner, fielded by Richards. 1 more added to the score. No rush by the batters. They seem to be in control of things. I said earlier they would like to put the foot on the pedal, and they are setting it up for a very nice last few overs. Rolfes and Snyman. That one is it. Over cover, well executed. Big effort from Grizzlies there. That's a beautiful executed shot by Rolfes. He will get 4 more.
Yeah, great shot. Just gave himself some room there to try and execute the extra cover there. Well executed shot. 4 runs. He's currently on 18 of 13 balls. Partnerships moved quietly to 34 here. It's the current score. Stands at 86 for 1 after 10.4. 2 boundaries over. Carl's under pressure here.
It's a dot ball. Must say Rolfes scores very freely, shows his intent right from the very first ball to take the game forward. Nicely swept. Tyrese Carlson runs in. That's the fielding, and 1 more added to the total. Quite an expensive over 13 in his 3rd over from Kyle Jacobs, taking the score to 87 for 1 after 11. And as you rightly said, a very well constructed partnership thus far. We spoke about play between the 7th and the 15th over, and I must say the Rhinos has got it right thus far.
Yeah, they're playing it nicely according to the coaching staff, the way they summed up the wickets. So, yeah.
Tyrese Carlson, he will bowl his 2nd over. He went for 13 in that 1st over, where he also conceded 2 wides, and he will bowl to Rolfes, who's on strike. Carlson from the Riverside, more left the end of the ground to Rolfes. Slower delivery, well dealt with, as Jardine does the fielding at long on. 1 more added to the total.
Yeah, you get the feeling the Rhinos are setting up this nicely for that last 4 or 5 overs here.
And will they target Carlson to take the game, as I said, forward? Still plenty of overs left. We only are in over 11.1, and Snyman is in 35. He can be very dangerous on any delivery that's not on target early up. He's bowled in. That's a beautiful delivery from Carlson. Well bowled Yorker there to get rid of the dangerous Snyman. Well played Snyman, but I must say compliments to Carlson. I said earlier that they will most probably target him, and he bounced back with a brilliant Yorker to get the middle stump out of the ground. Good partnership has come to an end, and that's a departure of Yuri Snyman.
Yeah, I think Carlson did in there with pace off the ball. Snyman just looking slightly too square of a wicket. And like I said, the pace did in there, and he got bowled middle stump off the ground. As the new batter walks into bat, it is Yasser Cook.
Yes, Yasser Cook. I can recall at this very same ground when he played for Gauteng in the Under 13 National Week in 2007. He scored 100 at this very same ground.
Yeah, great name there from a commentator. As Yasser, Yasser is a decent little bat, well organized. I saw previously just doing some homework. He's got a T20 100, so I mean, if he's got any sort of touch, his team will gladly accept some runs coming off his bat here in the middle period of this game. As the current score is 82 for 2. New batted strike. This is where it normally slows down, but if Yasser can get going and put some pressure on Carlos here, so get this innings off.
Yeah,
he's the ending of war.
He's an experienced player. He made his debut at the Lions, played lots of cricket for them, not related to Stephen and Jimmy Cook. Organised player, lots of experience, and Tyrese Carlson will be full of confidence after taking the pace off the ball, slow ball Yorker to get rid of the dangerous Yuri Snyman. Well executed delivery from Carlson. A player that needs confidence to take himself forward. Running back. Another well executed Yorker as Heath Richards comes in and does the fielding.
Yasser Cook originally from Cape Town, born in Cape Town, so also played around the country, quite familiar with the conditions down here. Knocks it down to long on. For one is Jardine tidies up and Yasser gets his account open with a single down the ground.
Yeah, we're obviously sitting in a nice aircon commentary box, but it's very hot and humid outside. 37 degrees currently, and especially in the months of March, it can be very uncomfortable on the playing field and in the blazing sun of Oudtshoorn. Taking a single, Carlos himself does the fielding and sensible running between the wickets, and two more added to the total. We brought an end to that over. It was a 12th over, the score 91 for 2.
Yeah, I get the feeling that these two will be much sharper between the wickets. Snyman, obviously slightly bigger build, was looking to clear the boundary, but he's in the dugout now. These two here currently is probably going to try and hit the pockets more and try and up the run rate by just taking twos and whatever twos is in offer here. They just need to be well aware of what's going on in the middle period of their bowling innings.
So Carl Jacobs will finish his allotted 4 overs, or his complement of 4 overs. He's still wicketless. Very good start. And then the last over was quite expensive, which was his 3rd over. And he will have a bowl at Yasser Cook. Oh, it's a well executed delivery from Jacobs. Shortish, and there'll be work for Matthew Christensen, and that cut shot from Cook will add 2 more to the total and 2 more to Yasser Cook. It's a little bit shortish, gave himself room, and he played that one nicely wide of a deepish gully. Some pounds to the offside, and he will get 1 more.
You expect the next 2 overs just to quiet down since they lost the wicket. As also allow Cooks to settle in. Rusell's on 22 from 17 as Cook just walked in, so probably trying to build this partnership as Carl's trying to get his angles out to the sweeper boundary. Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's a well bowled delivery.
It's another wrong one, well bowled, Carl.
Well bowled. I was about to say that Jean du Plessis and Rolfes, they played in the same SA Under-19 World Cup in New Zealand, and 1 more added to the total. Lucky to get away with that one, but he will take it any day. 2 more balls to finish his complement of 4 overs. Wide outside off, cut straight to the player on the onside, on the offside, which is Jared Jardine. Nicely done the fielding. We can expect a few more overs from Jardine. Last ball of the over from Carl Jacobs to Cook. Again, a dot ball which is nicely fielded by Thomas Carver. And any bowler who considered less than 24 in his complement of 4 overs will be happy. No wicket today, but a good spell from Carl Jacobs, who went for 23 without a wicket in his complement of 4 overs. As we watch Thomas Carver, who will come back and he will bowl his 3rd over. He went for 14 in the first 2, and the batter on strike will be Rolfes.
Yeah, again, Spun just putting the brakes onto this innings again. Obviously, the loss of the wicket also will do that, but credit to Carl Jacobs. He'll take that any day. Those couple of bowling figures. Let's see if his Spun twin can keep it up from this end.
This one is hit off to the offside. It's collected by Capel. He does the fielding from the very first ball of the over, and it's Yasser Cook who's back on strike. Capel, a prolific run scorer in the 4-day campaign. He scored the most runs, men that went to Northwood High School in Durban. And this is his 3rd season here with the Badgers. And they will also be very much dependent on a very good start from him today to chase down what seems to be in the vicinity of 160 as we watch Carver to Cook. Making a full toss of this delivery, and work to do for Jardine, who picks it up, and 1 run added to the score. Yeah, as we approach the business end of the competition, I will speak about that after this over from Carver. He's got 4 more balls left. Airborne, into the gap, well executed shot. That's a beautiful shot from Rolfes. And once again, I'm saying it now repetitively, he seems to be a fine stroke player, good hands. He immediately capitalizes on that and get 4 more.
Yeah, the previous ball he trying to give himself room. He went the same route. I guess the ball was just in his right area to execute the shot. That's a brilliant shot against the spin. Over extra cover. Carver back into Wolves again. Gives him, oh, it's going down leg. It would run away for 4 there. Let's just see, oh, that's 4 wide. Again, just him moving around in the creases, making Carver think. Again, you have to give credit to the batter here. And he's trying to outsmart Carver by just making use of his crease there. Current score 106 for 2 after 13.3. Carver into. Yes,
that's
Carver
a magnificent catch taken by the keeper.
Good comeback, Carver.
Yeah, very good comeback. Rolfs is very upset with himself. Just got a faint edge to that one. It was held on by the keeper, Du Plessis. He departs for 28, and that is the 3rd wicket of the innings. And at the wrong time for the visitors, but at a good time for the Badgers, as we saw the departure of Rolfs and Carver, who got his wicket. As Rolfs departs, we just have a look at the lock standings. As I said, we approach the business end of the competition. The surprise package, Limpopo Impala, they are on 14 points after 4 matches. And in the 2nd place is the iTech Knights on 13 points. The Impalas, of course, coached by the former Warwickshire, Boland and Free State player Gordon Parsons. And the Knights in 2nd on 13. As I said, it will be a battle between those 2 teams for home semi-finals. And obviously the team that finishes on top, that will, after the pool stages, that will be considered for the promotion to Division 1. The Knights are currently leading that, but they will the coach JP Trichard will be very much aware that the Impala is quite a threatening team around. The Knights, their next match will be against the very same Mpumalanga Rhinos. They will travel to Uplands College in Bidrivier on the 24th of March as we watch Calver. He's got 2 more balls left, and he will bowl to Benjamin van Niekerk, who's also a very acquainted batsman who comes in at number 5. It's a very good delivery. Van Niekerk will get off strike. He's the wicket keeper of this team. He's a man that hails from Middelburg. He finished his school there at Middelburg Technical High School. And there was a rugby player with the name of Bakkies Botha that went to the same school.
Yeah, it's exactly what the Badgers ordered here. 2 new batters at the crease will slow things right down, so they can just chip away in that run right here. Last ball is over.
This one is just bounce, get bat on ball, and he will get 1 more run to the total. That's the end of over number 14, 107 for 3, and one sense that the Rhinos would be very keen to push things forward and move forward as we approach the last 6 overs. The fall of wickets of Rolfes and of course Yuri Snyman, those are vital breakthroughs for the home side.
Yeah, just 2 new batters, like we mentioned earlier. Will not favour the batting side here. So credit to the Badgers and Carver for striking. Let's see if Jardine can hold it up from the previous lead.
Yeah, it was quite expensive in his first over. He went for 12. He's of course a left-arm seam bowler. Will add some variety to the bowling attack, and he will bowl to Benjamin van Niekerk, who's on strike. They will be aiming at, I think, around 60 in the last 6 overs, which will take them to 167, which in my view will set it up for an exciting afternoon and a competitive score. Can the batters restrict them to less than 160? That one is a little bit of a risky single, but it was always on as Richards runs in and does the fielding.
Yeah, just in a good length, they punch down to middle for 1. Yeah, Jardine will feel that he needs to come back as his first over went for 12. Very important over here for Jardine to make sure he gets a feel and get himself back into the game.
Has he done the fielding? Richards' mind will most probably be on his batting later this afternoon. He currently strikes it at a rate of 148 at the strike rate. Jardine, that's a wide delivery to Cook. It's been a while since we saw a wide delivery, as they also stroll through for another wide buys, which will be obviously wides added to the bowler's name. Jardine to Van Niekerk. Pulls this one around the corner. Fielding done by Sintu Majiza, who was probably seen back in the bowling attack later this afternoon, very soon. 1 run added to the total.
Jardine again opting to hit the wicket hard, back of a length, making sure he bowls to his field fences, 4 boundary riders on the leg side.
Can Jardine and the Badgers restrict boundaries in this last overs?
With given there.
There's protection out on the boundary, as Matthew Christensen has done a lot of running in front of the clubhouse. Tidy does the fielding, but he doesn't prevent a couple, to the credit of Yasser Cook, who moves to 7.
Jardine to Cook. Cook trying to make a player, let's see.
Well bowled by Jardine. fielded by Thomas Carver in the gully, and dot balls in this stage of the innings will be very welcome by Jean du Plessis and his troops.
Yes, dots is what they want. If it's anything more, then it's probably just to strike again, to keep a fresh batter at the wicket. There's a current run rate stands at 7.7, which I think the batters will be happy with.
I also think they will take it. I mean, obviously you go through different phases of the innings, and the Rhinos would like to accelerate and score at least 10 per over from the last 6. And this will bring a single, entirely fielded by Van Brissies, who missed the stumps. There was a run out on there as was a risky single, and one more added to the total.
Yeah, very lackadaisy running from Yasser there, thinking that the fielder was just going to hold him to the ball, but he had to go with the stumps and made him stretch there for that single. Changing the field again, finally comes up, and then mid-off goes back. Fuller length there from Jardine probably.
It's well executed, but it will be a single that will brought an end to that over, and we saw 8 runs of that over, including 2 wides. So Jardine will be pretty happy with the way that that over went. That was over number 16, over number 15. The score 115 for 3, batting at 7.7 to the over. It's going to be an interesting last 5 overs, because I just get the sense that they will need to score more than 160 here to win the game.
Yeah, that was pretty, even the previous games on this ground. I know it's a fresh wicket, but 160 should be competitive. But they're finding themselves slightly behind 8-4 here. Last 5, they still got wickets in hand, so they can have a go if they want to. I think they're just trying to pick the right end, and maybe these bowlers, these batters are just giving them a couple of sighters.
You saw the bowling figures there. Sorry, Warren, for that. Apologies. Jardine went for 10 in his 2 overs. Carver has got 1 over left. He conceded 26, but he did get that vital wicket of Rolfes, and he will bowl his last over to the man on strike, and that is Yasser Cook. Sorry, it's Van Heerden. Van Niekerk, Van Heerden. He'll get 2 as Capel runs around and does the fielding.
Yeah, good shot there from Niekerk through to the extra cover area. Capel covered some ground and tied it up. Yeah, it's that time of the innings now. It's going to up the tempo. Carver into Van Niekerk. Again, Fuller side on the offside. Well, good stop there from Jardine in the cover area. He's on the ring there for your viewers. Obviously the ones are freely given here, but also there's making sure they cover up these boundary options that the Rhinos are looking for.
Carver to Van Niekerk, and that's a well bowled delivery. Will only get 1. Move backwards, get it away from his pads. Previous fielding was done by Jardine. I must say, I must compliment his ground fielding today. Always tidy.
Yeah, slightly better from the Badgers this afternoon when it comes to ground fielding. I think they're just overemphasizing on making sure their angles are correctly on this field, since there's such big pockets on both sides of the field.
They will still see ghosts of 2 weeks ago, or a week ago, when they dropped no less than 5 catches against the Knights in Bloemfontein. There's a catch on there.
6.
No, he clears the boundary. It's a well executed shot by Yasser Cook. 6 over long on, and that was quite a big one. There was no chance that Carver could. The fielder on the boundary.
Yeah,
Capel could reach that.
Good shot, Yasser Cook, opting to go straight down the ground and clear the boundary effortlessly.
That was an effortless shot from Carver. Not from Carver, from Cook against the bowling of Carver.
Ooh.
Oh, Just missing leg. Some bat there.
Yeah, good going back there.
One ball left. Carver considered 35. He would like to finish strong with his very last delivery. Oh, well bowled. That's the end of this over. It saw 9 runs from the bowling of Thomas Carver. He finishes his complement of 4 overs, got 1 for 35, and as we saw 9 runs from this over, 124 for 3, 4 overs to go, run rate 7.7 to the over. And it looks that Sintu Majiza will return again from the Freda Street end. He's bowled 2 overs, he conceded 16 runs, and there were 2 wides bowled in that over. And Majiza, once again, he will focus a lot on his line.
Yeah, you feel like the Rhinos will probably target the first 2 balls in this over here, as they probably trying to get a boundary every over. There's only 4 overs left. They got still 7 wickets in hand, so they will make a play. I feel as Van Niekerk's trying to make sure where the fielders are. They're just trying to put pressure on Majiza, yeah. Majiza running into Van Niekerk. Yeah,
And
there we go.
over the top, over the head of Van Briesjes at mid-on, and a very good start to Van Niekerk as he gets a boundary from the first ball of the over. And Majiza, he is in a lot of pain.
Oh. Yeah, that doesn't look good for Majiza as Fazio runs onto the field here. Looks like he's in a lot of pain.
He's in desperate pain there. Whilst we watch the medical staff who's attending to Majiza, an interesting result in the Africa Games in Ghana, where we saw Team South Africa scoring 95 for 9, and they lost by 2 wickets against Uganda. There are also some Division 1 matches on the go today. We'll bring you up to date with that. Scores very soon. And let's hope Majiza will be able to recover. The first one is the match between the World Sporting Bet Western Province. They're up against the Dufferbet Warriors. Western Province are batting first. They at 16 for 1 in the second over, so a very good start there. And in the second match, it's between the Rocks and the Dragons. The Rocks are batting first. They also with their backs against the wall as relegation, they face potential relegation. They at 8 for 1 after 2 overs with Janeman Malan and Adrian de Tooy at the crease. But we will definitely not see the return of Sintu Majiza. It's always sad, as the medical personnel will carry him off, and it seems that another bowler will definitely need to bowl the last 5 balls of that over, and it'll most probably be Tyrese Carlser. Yeah, that seems to be a very serious injury, as the 12th-man Caddy Smuts runs onto the field. Has probably strained an ankle there, but he seems to be in quite some pain. And the type of injury is something that you would more like to see on a rugby field than a cricket field, as his teammates is carrying him off. And
yeah, it's not something nice to see players getting injured. We wish him a speedy recovery, as it looks very uncomfortable in this current moment. Back to the action here. You will get Carlser to complete his over. I think he only bowled 1 ball in this over, so A lot of pressure on Carlos again, like I said, just shortly before that incident, that they're going to look to pounce the first two balls and over just to make sure they get a boundary. They've done that. Van Niekerk back on strike again.
Yeah, as you correctly said, a 4-hit of the first ball of the over, and Carlsen wide, outside off as it went through to the keeper, and no run added to the score. Carlsen bowled 2 overs. He went for 17. Remember, he got a vital wicket with a brilliant slower ball Yorker to get rid of Yuri Snyman. This one is also nicely bowled, and I don't think they will mind singles at this point in time, as Jardine runs in the offside, does the fielding, and 1 run added to the total.
Yeah, Tyrese bowling well, taking pace off the ball again. Again, I think Cook is going to try and look to attack here.
He will have to, and it's well bowled Tyrese Carlsen.
Yeah, dot ball or bowled Cook. Opting to go down the ground, but just punches straight back to Carlsen.
Yeah, Carlsen obviously a versatile player. He can bat at number 3, and he's a very decent bowler who bowls a hard ball. He runs in to Cook. He made his intent very clearly. That's poor fielding. I spoke about it earlier, and they will pick up 2. It's unacceptable, and he apologizes. Just as you give a fielder compliments, which I did earlier to Jardine, he fumbles. That is, and you will admit schoolboy error there, and he will pick up 2.
Could also be called commentators curse, yeah?
Thanks for that. Carlsen to Cook, and a hack at that one. They will get 1 as it went to the onside. A very good response from Carlsen. That's the end of the over, and they are on 132 for 3 overs to go, and once again I would say the Rhinos will need to take the score beyond 160. That's just my feeling today. The wicket seems to be playing very nice. It'll be a little bit drier. There was some grass on it when the match started at 1 o'clock. And Jardine, he will need to bounce back. He will also be under pressure as he will bowl his 3rd over. The first 2 went for 20, and Yasser Cook will be on strike. 17 from 19, and the non-striker is Benjamin van Niekerk, who's on 12 from 10. 132 for 3, and we keenly awaits Jardine as he runs in to bowl to Cook. Oh, that is ill-disciplined down the leg side. That's the 5th wide of the innings, and that's an extra run and an extra ball, not what Captain Jean du Plessis would have ordered from Jardine.
Yeah, just a little bit naughty from Jardine. Every little way bowled this often, he managed to bowl a wide. He's slightly off his mark here. This extra ball could cost him the back end of this innings here. Let's hope it doesn't do that. So easy run into Cook. Goes in a fuller length. Cook just shuffle over to off stump there.
Van Brieses
misfield.
And I think 2 runs was always on there, but no pressure on the 2nd run, and 2 added to the score.
Yeah, I feel like that extra ball is gonna allow Cook to make a play, or maybe just pick up a boundary. Exactly what this team needs at this current moment. Is finding themselves 135 for 3 after 17.1. Jardine needs to be on the mark here.
Oh, just over the outrage of Carlsen. That's 4 runs. That ball was hit like a train by Cook as he moves to 23.
Tell you what, it's a good cricket shot to hit it off that length over extra cover. Good sign that the wicket might just speed up a little bit. But risk taken from Cook, and obviously rewards him there with a boundary. Again, my fellow commentator, with extra balls.
As you correctly said, brilliantly executed cricket shot by Yasser Cook. Jardine to Cook. Shortish. He hammers it out to the offside, tightly fielded at the point boundary by Liabona Malefi, and 1 run added to the total. The Rhinos, they will be look to finish good here. Remember, victory for the Rhinos and maybe a surprise against the Knights in their last game. Can see them in the semi-finals.
Yeah, they can always sneak around the back there.
The way they turn up here, they seems to be full of confidence. Jardine, that's a short delivery. Got hand to that ball. What should have been 4 will only be 2 as a stop was made by Carl Jacobs. Fielding done by Van Brissis. 2 more added to the total.
Yeah, Jardine getting away with murder there. I think should have been a boundary, but nevertheless, great fielding, Carl Jacobs. Jardine kind of feel like he's under pressure here to get this over. His current figures are reading 2.4, 30 runs. He needs to pull it back.
He conceded 10 runs from the 4 balls, the 4 legitimate balls. There was obviously a wide in this is penultimate over. That's a better delivery from Jardine. Running in, hit the deck, and only plays it back to the bowler.
Yeah, good comeback, Jardine. His captain needs more of that. Just to come out the over, to make his last 2 overs very interesting. As the Rhinos trying to pounce on Jardine here.
Jardine to Van Niekerk, and it's a well bowled delivery as he tried to hammer it to the outside. It's fielded by Karelse. 1 run added to the total. That's the end to 11 runs from that over. The score moves to 143 for the loss of 3 after 17, and one sense with 7 wickets in hand that they will definitely need to capitalize and to cash in on the last 2 overs of this innings. If they add another 25, it will take them to 165, which I think should be a great game to watch. It's Karelse will bowl his last over. He bowled 2.5 overs, 1 for 25. Karelse to Benjamin van Niekerk.
Oh, that's big.
That one is out of the ground into the Freda Street. That's a massive hit, and a boundary 6 from the first ball of the over. Advantage to the batting side.
Yeah, just what the doctor ordered here for the Rhinos. Boundary of the first ball here. I guess it's going to be every single ball from now on trying to pick up a boundary. As it's still a handful of wickets back in the dugout. Carlos under pressure, went for length and paid the price. Balls returned there from the spectator way outside the ground. Umpire having a look at the ball. So all good to go. I think Van Niekerk will be ready to take on Carlos again here.
He is a dangerous batsman. And that one will go just wide of the wicketkeeper. 4 runs added to the total, and 10 from the first 2 balls of the over. Well executed shot by Van Niekerk. I've mentioned earlier, he's a very, very aggressive batsman if he gets going, and they're setting it up here for a very nice total. And as the partnership also approaches its 50 mark, 47 from Cook and Van Niekerk, they did nothing special, they just batted well. It's a better comeback.
Yeah, they just, like you said, they just sat and waited for the bad balls. They didn't have to do or take any unnecessary risk. There was enough error in the execution of the bowlers, and they pounced on that. Worth giving again, cut down to the wideish backward point, and it runs away for 4. Again, not what the Badgers wanted here, and exactly what the Rhinos wanted to get momentum to their innings here.
Great innings by Van Niekerk. He's on fire. He's on 29 from 17. He already hit 14 runs from this over. Very good batting by Benjamin Van Niekerk. He's a strong boy, broad shoulders, and we just saw that 6 which he hit over long mid-on that he can really hit a long ball. Karelse to Van Niekerk. And that's another executed shot, 4 ball through extra cover. Excellent batting, and Karelse he's under pressure here. He really is not getting it on the money, and Van Niekerk capitalizes, taking the score to 161 and the 50 partnership between these two batters. A great partnership between Cook and Van Niekerk is taking advantage of Karelse.
Yes, 18 of his over already, and the over's not even done yet. He's going to go again. Yep, he goes straight. Great cricket shot, straight down the ground, and that's a big 6, guys. That is an excellent cricket shot, and he's taking Karelse to the cleaners here.
Yeah, and the shoulders are hanging. It's a hot day in Oudtshoorn, and the Badgers, they'll need to do something special here as the score moves to 167. We said earlier in commentary that 160 would be a very defendable total, and 180 is definitely on the cards here, as we'll most probably see Jardine bowling the last over. Yeah, he's got 1 more over left. Yeah, he's on the expensive side. He went for 31 in his 3 overs, and Yasser Cook will be on strike. Yeah, he's also in good form, and it's irrespective whether he brings Van Niekerk on strike or himself. They're both equipped to hit boundaries here.
Yeah, Van Niekerk just absolutely pounced on his loose deliveries. He's on to 39 from 19 balls as Cook is trying to make a play at Jardine. You would sense that he's a bit under pressure. Opting for the same field, but let's see how he executes his last over as Cook is looking for boundaries.
It's a very good delivery, well bowled, well executed Yorker. Fielding is done by Van Brissis. On the circle at fine leg, and this will be the highest innings total at this ground this year in a T20 match by the visiting Mpumalanga Rhinos. The Badgers, since the inception of the professional restructuring competition, never lost a game against the Rhinos. Jardine to Van Niekerk. That one is hit out, just short of Kelly Smuts, the 12th man. Was it mid-on? And the Badgers and Jardine will be happy to concede only a single from that ball.
The current score 169 for 3 after 19.2. Current partnership on 63. That shot up quickly in his previous over as Cook is trying to make a play again for a boundary for his team here.
Jardine gives himself room out to the offside. Leabona Malefi will run in, does the fielding, and once again the Badgers will be happy to only concede a single.
Yeah, definitely. Jardine doing his job here, first team bowling to his field. I feel like he's just going to get slightly fuller here to Van Niekerk, not giving anything to get underneath because he cleared a big boundary in the previous over. So it's going to be very crucial for Jardine to be on the mark here. As Van Niekerk is trying to kick it on, he's on 40 of 20.
3 balls left in the innings. Oh, he hit that like a train. Jardine did well to get a hand to it, and we can expect the medical personnel to run out. Yeah, he's definitely in pain there. He did well to get a hand to that. Even the technical staff here in the commentary box, there's ooh and ahs from them, because that one, as I said, was hit very hard by the strong Van Niekerk. And for the second time, the physiotherapist, now she will turn around, that's his bowling hand.
Yeah, they felt it up here in the commentary box. Some of his pens fell out their hand. But Jardine still at it.
170 for 3, 2 balls left.
Tell you what, he stopped the boundary.
Stopped a definite boundary, because that would have split long on and mid on in 2. Jardine to Van Niekerk.
Worth given, yep, that's a
And that will
boundary.
be 4.
Cut over backward point there. One bounce 4 into the fence. Again, naughty from Jardine. Probably wanted to be on the fuller side, not leaving a stump, and it was worth given for Nicker pounce on it.
Yeah, Van Niekerk capitalized on that.
For Nicker, one big blow away here from a half century. As the current score reads 174 for 3, 19.5. Jared into Van Niekerk, the last ball of this.
Can he get a boundary 6 from the last over to reach 50? Yes, no, he will not. The fielding is done by Matthew Christensen. No, it's a fumble there from Thomas Carver. They will pick up 2. Van Niekerk will end strongly on 48. 176 for 3. Yasser Cook on 26. Van Niekerk on 46. So there's a mountain to climb this afternoon for the Badgers, who is really struggling with confidence, and they will need to push on this afternoon to avoid the wooden spoon and to stay winless.
Yeah, you'll think that the Rhinos will take momentum into this, into their fielding innings, as a lot needs to be done from the Badgers batters, especially from that middle period, like we mentioned earlier. But let's see how they bounce back after the break in this CSA Division 2 fixture between the Rhinos and the Badgers.
If we look at the scores, Benjamin Van Niekerk, top score with 46 of 23. He was involved in a very good partnership with Yasser Cook, who made 26 not out from 24. Yuri Steyman contributed 35 from 32. He was well dismissed by Tyrese Carlse, and then Rolfes scored 28 of 21. The partnership, an unbeaten partnership for the 4th wicket, was 70 runs. Thomas Carver, he was on the expensive side, 1 for 35. Majizo unfortunately left the field due to injury, bat 1 for 20 in his 2.1 overs. Carlse 1 for 45 in 3.5, and Malefi bowled 2 overs, he went for 9. So it's all set up for an exciting afternoon, and we will see you within the next 10 minutes. Just before we move away from air, Warren, you're taking on this batting innings?
Yeah, obviously, like we said, I think Cook played nicely. Roofson played nicely as well. Just the Badgers will probably need one batter just to take it deep after the power play, like we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, that the Badgers they batted nice in the power play, but we need one of the top batters to take them right through, as the Rhinos did here. So we're in for an interesting afternoon with the bat.
Please
from the Badgers
stay
side.
tuned. Thank you, and apologies for that. Please stay tuned. We will join you within the next 10 minutes to see if the Badgers can chase down 177 to record their first victory in this year's SA20 series.
Wat hier van het.
Maar ik kan het daar gehad.
Hey?
Ik was daar op. En wat kan ik hoor is het daar. Wat is het daar? Ik staan hier. Ik staan van hier zo. Dat lijkt groot van die bak.
Hey?
Dat lijkt waar groot van die bak.
things. Like we said previously, the Badgers will need one of their recognised batters just to bat a bit longer, because in the previous games they tend to come up with good power plays and just disappear from over number 7. So another opportunity here to rectify those type of things and also to make sure that they come away with a victory here. But very interesting chase this afternoon at the recreational ground for the Badgers.
Before we watch the run chase from Blade Capel and Kyle Jacobs, there are 2 Division 1 matches that's underway. The one is in Gqeberha, where the Warriors are up against Western Province. Western Province 69 for 4 after 10, and then up in Potchefstroom between the Dragons and G-Bed Rocks. The Rocks are under pressure at 44 for 5. So just to bring you up to date with that. And the Rhinos will sense that they can get away here with a victory. Minimum 4 points will move them to 12 points, which will put them in a position where they can challenge for a place in the semi-finals. And I must also say, since they rock up here on the field, you sense the self-confidence and the urgency in spite of a defeat in their previous encounter against the Northern Cape Heat. So the bowler that will start bowling from the Freda Street end of the ground will be a man with the name of Hinrichsen, John Hinrichsen, and first ball to Kyle Jacobs, and no run added to the score as Van Niekerk tightly does the fielding as a wicket keeper.
Yeah, inter movement there, away from the off stump for the opening bowler.
Hinrichsen will have good memories of this ground in the 4-day camp match that was played here. Although the Rhinos lost the game, he picked up 10 wickets in the match. Second ball of the match, of the innings, he will bowl to Kyle Jacobs, he's on strike. Ooh, great effort. That'll go down as a drop catch.
He hit it hard.
That one was hit powerfully by Jacobs.
Yeah, again, you just see a hint of movement there from Henderson. As he brought Feinek up to the crease and dropped third man. He's got also deep square out, so he's looking to hit a hard length, but Carl's trying to make a play here, trying to hit him straight over his head.
This one is off the mark, bowled into the rib cages of Jacobs. He will collect a single to get his total off the mark.
Yeah, that brings Blade Capel on strike. It gets a Badgers account open. And the third ball is over. Yeah, Capel in the previous games also got himself off to good start, so he'll be kicking himself if he doesn't kick one here this afternoon. Very, very well organised player. Also the batter that you feel that the Badgers need to bat for just a bit longer than 6 overs for them to get close to this target and even to reach this target.
There's a change in the field. We saw fine leg brought up and third man moves down. It's obviously for the left-hander. Hinrichsen to Blade Capel. Very powerful straight hitter of a cricket ball. And that is a magnificent shot to open his account. Cover drive for his off the mark Blade Capel. A batsman who's in form.
Yeah, good start, Capel. Also a nice little freebie there from the bowler given to Capel. Just the full side, just guided through the extra cover region for 4 there.
The power play obviously will start. This will be the first bracket in this run chase. The Rhinos finished the power play after 6 overs at 51 without loss. Oh, beaten outside half. Through to the keeper Van Niekerk.
The Badgers also just looking at the previous games, it's boundary, then it's a few dot balls after that. They just need to take care of what happens after the boundary. That should be very helpful for them if they can just rotate the strike after the boundary.
Capel, and that's a well directed bouncer, and it is wired by umpire Karen Klaas. That's square leg, and that's an extra run. and also an extra ball. That one sails over the head of Capel. Another well-directed delivery. Good comeback after the wide. No run added to the total. And that's the end of the first over, 6 without loss.
Yeah, not a bad start there. Boundary in the first over for the Badgers. You feel like the Rhinos are just going to try and, you know, get out the overs better than what the Badgers did in their bowling innings. As we noted down, there was almost 3-4 overs that went above 12 runs in the Rhinos' batting innings. So the Badgers trying to capitalize early in this power play.
As we see the introduction of Herman Rolfes, I was very impressed. He came into bat at number 3. He played freely, and he was also involved in a very good partnership with his captain Yuri Snyman, and he will bowl to Carl Jacobs, who's on strike. No slip in position for Rolfes as he runs in to bowl to Jacobs, and there was just something that struck him, and we'll start all over again.
Yeah, not fast bowlers don't really like that, since you have to walk all the way back to the top of the runner to run in the game. So as Carl sits there ready for Rolfes to run in into his first ball of his spell.
It's a very well bowled delivery. Rolfes, it appears that he's got some pace early up.
Yeah, he probably saw his partner from that side just hitting a length hard, so he's obviously opting for the same thing with deep square out, fine legs up, so he's gonna hit the wicket here. Just hard back of a length.
That's exactly what he did. Let's see what will happen with ball number 2.
Ooh, rush there. Almost hit Carl Jacobs was gripped it. Came through nicely. Yeah, some good energies behind the ball here. It's nice to see.
Yes, he's walking back with a lot of self-confidence. Pretoria man is spending his first season down in a low veld with the Mpumalanga Rhinos. Rolfes to Jacobs. Try to cut this one away, moving past the outside edge through to the keeper van die Kerk.
Jacobs will think that he missed out on that one. That could have gone easily over point there for a boundary. The bowler back in his space here.
This one is well played. That's a shot from a replica from a previous one. Just one pitch a little bit shorter. Jacobs immediately on the shot to take 4 runs.
Yeah, nicely bounced on there. You feel that he wasn't going to miss out again if width was given. And boundary to open his account. Current score 10 without lost. As we could remember early on from this side, when Jardine dropped it short, he went into the river. Let's see what happens here. Jacobs.
That is an improvised shot. There's a fielder underneath it who takes the catch. It's the departure of Jacobs. Well taken catch. He ran in from third man and the catch has been taken. Is it Seguile who took the catch there? Look right into the sun, he holds onto it, and that's the end of Jacobs' breakthrough in the second over.
Yeah, another good start there from the Rhinos. From the Badgers. Exactly the start the Rhinos wanted. After the boundary again, risk taken, probably not needed to and trying to execute a very difficult shot, running it, probably trying to run it through over the keeper's head, but bad execution of the shot and it lost his wicket.
as we saw Matthew Christensen walking to the wicket. He scored a half century for the Badgers in their defeat against the Knights at the Mangoon Oval. Not renowned as a big hitter, and his aim and focus and objective will be to stay there until the end.
Yeah, Christensen, very busy player. Hits the ball into space and try and run hard, so you need Capel to go and bat with him. Just being mindful, Capel is a type of player, doesn't like to sit on the one side the whole time, so if they can just continuously rotate the strike ball, meaning it's left and right, also get Capel more rhythm and into the game. Yeah. Very important partnership for the Badgers here this afternoon.
There's a little conference between the bowler Rolfes and the captain Yuri Snyman. He only conceded that boundary in his first over, which was hit just prior to his departure by Jacobs.
No ball.
A no ball signalled by umpire Claster, and it will also be a free hit, an opportunity for the batsman Christensen to capitalise.
Dream start here for a batter. With a free hit to open your account. Must be licking his lip with some pace on the ball here. Let's see what he can come up with. To put all the nerves back there. I think he gets nice connection there. As he run in.
Christensen will hit this one straight to the fielder behind square on the offside. End of the over, 11 for 1, and we saw the departure of Carl Jacobs in Rolf's first over, and a very good start for the Rhinos.
Yeah, exactly what the Rhinos wanted in this power play. It's funny enough that even in the previous game, where the Badgers had a couple of free hits and did not score any runs of this free hit, so yet to get the boundary of a free hit that's offered to them. As Capel found himself in strike. The bowler's changing his line, he's coming around the wicket.
Unlike the Badgers, who immediately made the change, Hinrichsen will continue, and to the left-hander he will go around the wicket. Capel on strike. John Hinrichsen. Very good executed delivery. Played to the offside, just short of a length. No run added to the total.
Yeah, good strong tight lines there from Henderson. He's not gonna want to give Blade Capel any width there outside the off stump. With his field also being deep square leg boundary and fine leg since we're in the power play, so he's not gonna leave his stumps. Blade giving himself room.
It was drop shot. Capel capitalised, as Warren correctly said. He gave himself room, and he will get 4 runs from that.
Yeah, good shot, Blade. Said bounce on it, gave himself room there and gave himself some width to free his hands through the line of the ball. Well executed. Pressure back onto Henderson, yeah.
Well bowled bouncer. Almost followed that one through with the bat, as Van Niekerk, the wicketkeeper, who was very impressive with the bat today, safely collects the ball. No addition to the score. Early days, the Rhinos must be very mindful on completing their overs within the time, because after every delivery there's a conference and consultation between the bowler and the captain. Henderson runs in from the Freda Street end to Capel. It's a dot ball. Bowls that one hard into the crease.
Yeah, 2 dot balls again after the boundary, like we mentioned earlier. Page is always finding a way to score a boundary but not rotating the strike or getting off strike after that. But to make the batter feel like he needs to make a play again, which is, you just need to find one after the boundary.
It's well bowled again by Henriksen. Restrict the batter to play it out to the offside. And as you correctly said, Warren, they will need to rotate the strike and to get singles in between the boundaries.
Yeah, Blade probably feeling the pressure now since it overreads dot 4 and 3 dots again. Now he feels like he needs to make a play to make it a good over. Let's see what he comes up with.
This one will be one more to the total as he did out a square leg. Good start from Henriksen, completed his second over. He only conceded 11 runs, total 16 for 1 after 3 overs. So Capel will remain on strike and he will face Rolfse, who's bowling from the northern side of this picturesque ground here in Oudtshoorn. Capel is taking guard. By the look of things, he asked for centre stump. No, he's batting outside centre stump. He's batting an off stump. Capel, and that one is put away for 4. Nicely worked. Beat the fielders at fine leg, and he will get a valuable boundary to take the Badgers to 16. It will take them to 20, and after 3 overs, the Rhinos were 28 without loss, so slightly ahead on the run rate.
Yeah, Capel again, boundary in the first ball of the over here. Shot.
Almost carried to the fielder down at square leg. Watching right into the setting sun here in Oudtshoorn. And although it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun is still a scorcher here in Oudtshoorn with high humidity. But one more added for Capel.
Yeah, Capel playing it smartly. Getting one after the boundary. Unlike the previous over. Matthews on strike now.
Christensen facing Rolfes. That's well bowled by Rolfes, but it's another no ball.
Christensen in the luck here, second free hit. Let's see if he can open his account. He followed the previous one. Friendly start here for Matthew.
Keeping umpire Karen Klaas the busy, circling the right finger. And that's taken advantage of the short delivery outside of, well executed by Christensen. 4 runs added to the total.
Yeah, bounce on it free hit there. Smacked it over extra cover for 4. Good shot.
So Rolf is running into Christensen. We just hit a boundary. Well negotiated. Down to fine leg. It's fielded on the square, on the circle, and they will get a single.
Yeah, good batsmanship here from Matthew. Boundary get 1. I mean, that's how we teach the little ones at school, huh? Capel is 14 from 11. Matthew is at 5. Run a ball. Current score 27 for 1.
They still need 150 more to win this game. It's quite a lot of runs.
There's a lot of cricket to be played here this afternoon.
Oh, well executed shot. Straight bat, down to square leg, and they will collect a single. That's the way they should go. Look for the singles in between the boundaries. And Capel getting a single there.
Yeah, well played, Capel. Good sensible batting here.
Rolfes to Christensen. Ooh, rushed into that shot, and there's no addition to the score.
Through the whole kitchen sink.
Yep, he'd like to hit that one into the green pavilion, which is another 30 meters further than the boundary. That's the end of the over. 28 for 1 after 4. They're batting at 7 to the over. No real stress at this point in time if they can just keep the momentum on.
Yeah, again, Badger's just trying to build this partnership here, trying to take it as deep and as long as possible, just to counter that 70-run partnership towards the back end. You feel like the Badgers need to do that early up at front here. So let's see if Blade and Matthew can.
As we saw a bowling change, Gareth Dukes replacing John Henriksen from the Freire Street end of the ground. Dukes went to the academy about 10 years ago, played first class cricket, is a very good white ball player for Southwestern Districts, as he bowled from the Freire Street end to the left hand at Capel. On the money right from the go, and then afterwards he moved to KZN Inland. We also play plenty of cricket for them, and he is currently with a team that is based at Uplands College in White River called the Mpumalanga Pumas, Mpumalanga Rhinos. So I just got a bit confused with rugby names. Apologies for that.
Yeah, it's that time of the season again.
Dukes to Capel. That's hit straight. Is that maximum? Yep. Signal 6 by umpire Shazy.
Yeah, good shot there from Capel. Again, bounding the second ball of the over. This time it's a 6. Dukes pounced. He wanted to take the pace off the ball again there, but Capel was ready and pounced on that one. Let's see how the rest of this over is going to come out for Capel, as he's taking his score to 21 of 14.
He looks in control of that shot, a batsman with confidence. Dukes to Capel. Well, deep into the crease, and no addition to the score. Good comeback there from Dukes.
Yeah, you sense it. Capel's trying to take control of this innings here.
Dukes was a student here at the NMU University in George. He also played a pivotal part when they won the Premier League, but now in the colours of the Rhinos. To Capel.
Shot.
That one is executed, drop short, hit it right onto the grass embankment for 6.
Yeah, great shot, Capel. You can see he's in good touch here. He's finding good rhythm here, and he's scoring effortlessly
and freely.
So he moves on to 27 after 16. Current score 40 for 1 after 4.4. Dukes under pressure here.
Yes, he's under severe pressure. To Capel. Oh, well bowled. Come back again. Much needed dot ball for the Rhinos.
Well, Capel's going to play a very important role here in this chase for the Badgers. You get the feeling once Capel can bat longer than 6-7 overs here, he's got the capability to take the game away from the Rhinos here.
Dukes to Capel. Another well executed delivery, good comeback, but as was mentioned earlier, one would imagine that They would try to like for a single there. That was not the case. It's the end of the 5th over, 40 for 1, and we will see the last over of the power play, which will be bowled. We'll see a bowling change, and he will replace his Rolfse, who bowled these 2 overs, 1 for 17. So it's the captain, Yuri Snyman, who will introduce spin from the northern side of the ground, the commentary box. Not as aggressive as we get used to Snyman today with the bat, but he read the game well, he executed it well, and he was involved in a very vital partnership for the 3rd wicket with Rolfse. He will bowl to the right-hander, Matthew Christensen.
Last over the power player.
That's a brilliantly executed shot. He did over square leg for 4. Good shot by Christensen, good intent show, pressure on the bowler.
Yeah, good start to last over here on the power play. Christensen going down on one knee, and just sweeping that over square leg's head for 1 bounce 4.
Similar execution, similar result, 4 runs. This one was hit as a full toss. Christensen, he will be full of confidence, accumulating 2 boundaries from the first 2 balls of the Snyman over.
Yeah, change of field here, deep square drops back, long on comes on to mid on, Snyman to Matthew.
Nicely executed, that's what you want to see, and they will collect a couple. Very good running between the wickets, but Christensen running to the danger end is well safe.
Yeah, smart cricket, Matthew, smart cricket. Got 2 boundaries and then tapped 1 down at the mid wicket area and picked up 2. Very smart batting. 10 of 3 balls.
It's another smart executed shot, and they will collect a couple again. No, this time it's only a single. As the fielding is done by Rolfes. Remember, he's got a strong arm as he runs from the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, current score 51 for 1 after 5.4. Change of field to the left-hander. He's got long off out and deep mid wicket.
He's bowled him. He's bowled Capel. That's a vital wicket, and one just sensed the unnecessary execution of that shot. Snyman got the wicket of Capel. He's bowled by Snyman for 27 of 18. The second wicket is down at 51, just before the end of the power play. We already saw 11 runs hit from the first 5 balls of that over. Capel, reverse sweep, he's bowled by Snyman, and one would say advantage to the Rhinos at this stage of the game. In comes Jean du Plessis. He will be under pressure. A captain's knock will be needed from him, and sensible cricket from the captain will be required to take the Badgers over the line here this afternoon. He's a level-headed player. He can cope with pressure, and he's also got all the shots in the book, the mental capabilities to take the Badgers home here, but it will be a long road from here onwards.
Yeah, just looking back at the Rhinos' first 6, they were 51 for 1. There's 1 ball left in this power play, and the Badgers are finding themselves 52 for loss of 2. So even ground here. Again, this partnership needs to build as Snyman's trying to get out his over. It started off a bit wobbly, but picked up the very important wicket of Capel.
Duplessis is off the mark as Rolfes does the fielding. End of the power play, 52 for 2, and we're in for a crucial part in a game where the Badgers, in all their previous encounters, lack momentum, and that is between over 6 and 15, and this will be crucial and a good performance to change the momentum of this game and to take them home. After one over bowled by Dukes from the Freire Street end, we saw the introduction of spin, and it's Gregory Matlokwana.
Yeah, Matlokwana has got the capability bowling both left and right arm off spin. So he'll probably bowl, since there's two right hand batters at the crease, he'll bowl left arm orthodox spin here.
Now, it's not often that you see a player playing at this level who's got that skill and capability. Gregory Matlokwane to the captain Jean Duplessis. No run added to the score. Fielding is done by Rolfes, who's got a busy afternoon in the field. Well executed. There's a fielder out there. Both of them, Duplessis and Christensen. Good runners between the wicket, but only one run added to the score. Staying left arm, Christensen, and he will pick up a single. That's the way they should go. Take the singles, wait for the bad ball, and
yeah, they're going to look just to build a nice little partnership here.
Matlokwane to Duplessis. From the back foot, pounced, and they wisely opted to settle for a single.
Good fielding from outside there, so Greeny. Batters pushed and looked for two, but he cut it off nicely. Good energies on the outfield here from the Rhinos fielders.
Didn't connect that one properly, but they will settle for the single. Four singles from the first over from Matlokwane, as Duplessis will be on strike for the last ball of the 7th over. Nicely into the gap. Once again, good protection, good field setting, restrict the batters to a single, and 5 runs conceded from that over from Matlokwane. 57 for 2 after 7.
Yeah, Matlokwane will be happy with that start. Very subdued start, but that's obviously due to the loss of Capel towards the back end of the previous over. Snyman is looking to continue and trying to get more inroads into this batting lineup of the Badgers.
Yeah, he conceded 12 runs from his first over. The first 3 balls went for boundaries, and then we saw the dismissal from Capel was clean bowled after an attempted reverse sweep. Duplessis tightly pushed to mid-wicket. 1 run added to the score. Snyman to Christensen. He went down the wicket, just short of Rolfes, who was on the mid-wicket boundary, and 1 run added to the score again. As I've mentioned earlier, Rolfes a very busy afternoon in the field. Lots of running around. Duplessis play forward defensive. Intelligent cricket from the batter, and he will pick up a single. Smart way to building this partnership for the third wicket. Another well executed shot to the onside. Again Rolfes is in the play as he does the fielding.
Yeah, the Rhinos also won't mind just if it's just singles here and not these ones turning into twos or boundaries. As du Plessis knocks it down the ground for one, too long on. Yeah, I think Snyman's happy with his job here so far.
Well bowled, treated with respect by Christensen. Dot ball, end of the over, 62 for 2 after 8. The required run rate, 9.6. It's not hair raising at this point in time. They will work to get this partnership going and to try to move the momentum towards the home side.
As my co-commentator mentioned previously, the captain needs to play a very important innings here. He's back after the previous game where he was given off to sort out his graduation. Congratulations to him. But he's back in the field trying to win a game for his team here.
Mahlokwane to Du Plessis. Well bowled, it's on the back foot. Good delivery from Mahlokwane.
Mahlokwane is not leaving the stumps here. Looking to rush the skipper here.
In the gap, really in the gap, but some work to be done by Seguili, and he picks up the single. Christensen, that's well executed shot. Again Rolfes does the fielding, and it's again a single. Boundaries drying up. We haven't seen a boundary for the last 12 deliveries. And Du Plessis, he brought Rolfes into the game again as he runs around and does the fielding. And there was good running, with the pressure on the fielder, and 2 runs added to the score.
Yeah, Matthew ran into the danger end and he committed early on, so very good communication between the two batters. Yeah, like we mentioned earlier, this is the crucial period in time for the Badgers. This is where they just lost the plot in the previous games. The ability just to knock it around and play percentage cricket. Smart batting.
Brought Rolfes into the game again as he does the fielding in front of the clubhouse and the secondary scoreboard. It's 1 more to Du Plessis. Christensen is looking very good. He's on 21. He went down the track, attacking the bowler, and he will get a single. That will be the end of the 9th over, 68 for 2. For a change, we saw a different approach from the Badgers, opting for the singles and the couples to get their momentum, and that will also see a bowling change. The captain Snyman has been taken himself out of the attack, and Kieran Kenny will replace him from the Queen's Riverside Mall end of the ground.
Yeah, just back to your point there, I think that's what the coaching staff mentioned and want the players to take note of this middle period where they can just play percentage cricket, take what's on offer, hit the sweepers hard, and then see if a boundary is presented for them a bit later. I think just somewhere earlier in the campaign they were looking for the 12-14 plus 2 too many times, which they find themselves in the back foot. They're not starting partnerships, which this partnership is steadily building. As Christensen finding himself on 22 from 17, and the captain 11 of 12. Short.
Well stopped there, just cut off by Rolfes, and I think he hurt something like a hamstring there.
I think he just stood on the rope and twisted his ankle there.
Oh, what? That's not good news for the visitors, because he surely will have 2 more overs to go, and he seems to be okay.
Yeah, it looks like he's fine.
Remember, he missed out some matches for them earlier in the season due to a side strain, but that's definitely either an ankle or a hamstring injury. Looks like an ankle injury, the way that he's walking.
Yeah.
But 2 more runs added to the score by Christensen, who look well settled. He is a player that can construct an innings, and that will be required of him this afternoon. This one bowled into him. Well taken single.
Another
And the
angle.
bowler is also injured himself.
Maybe the time these coaches need to look at these bowlers as studs, eh?
Doesn't seem that serious. Remember, Sintu Majiza injured himself earlier today. He couldn't complete his bowling spell. Rolfes down at mid-wicket. He's receiving attention from the physiotherapist right on the boundary. But Kenny seems to be fine to continue with his over. It's a left ankle, by the way,
Stretching here.
stretching it. Number 33 on his back, running into bowl to Jean Duplessis. Into the gap, and there will only be a single as the fielding is done out from the deep.
Yeah, way in the deep there. Also still getting attended to there. Look like they're strapping his ankle.
Can't understand why they move outside the player field and send a 12th man on, because they're entitled to do that. Play will continue. There is a replacement. He's taking back into his position. Christensen hit that one quite well, just short of square leg on the boundary. 1 more added to the total.
Yeah, again the batters just picking up their ones. You can see there's intent to get a boundary, but obviously smart field setting and the bowler's bowling to his field here. Yeah, you sense that the badger's just trying to get a boundary just to relieve some pressure, but bowler's taking his time here, making sure he wants to execute his plans.
But nicely played by Duplessis. Well, brought the fielder into action again. As his fielded returned to the keeper for Nikark. 1 run added to the score.
Yeah, Kenny bowling to his plans here, since like we mentioned, deep mid wicket out, deep square legs out, and mid on is out. So he's just trying to hit the length hard and make sure they into the hip where fine legs also out. So good execution of his plans here. Can he get out of his over without a boundary?
The bowl is last ball of the over to Matthew Christensen. And that one is played down to fine leg, and they will pick up 2, which is 8 from the over. And the score 76 for 2 after 10. After 10 overs, the Rhinos were 75 for 1. So there's very little to choose between these 2 teams. And we are in for an exciting afternoon here at the recreation ground. And you can see there Christensen asked for the water bottle. Some energy drinks. I've mentioned earlier, it's a very hot, humid day here in the ostrich capital. A great start from Capel. He lost his wicket following a reverse sweep. Gregory Mathokwane to Duplessis. And
Shot.
that is a boundary. That's a well executed shot. And it's the first boundary of this partnership. Du Plessis taking 4.
Yeah, Du Plessis just giving himself room to hit through balls for extra cover. Yeah, that's the first boundary after over number 6. So, yeah, nicely weighted there. They rotated the strike and he's making a play here. Let's see what can he come up with the rest of the over. First ball was a boundary. When he knocks it down the ground, too long off for 1. 5 off 2 balls. Smart cricket here from the captain.
Smart and sensible. That is the type of player that you can put a label on Du Plessis' batting composure. Not a sensible shot. The boundary was already hit in the over, and Christensen will get a single.
Yeah, Christensen doing the sensible thing, just knocking it down for 1. He's currently 29 of 22.
Played from very deep by Du Plessis, but once again, smart cricket, getting a single. And the way that Du Plessis is batting, and we become accustomed to, this is how we normally construct a very good innings. Christensen down the wicket, taking on Mahlokwane, fumble there in the deep, but only 1 run added to the score. That's the last ball of the over. It's again an over that conceded 8 runs, and the Badgers won't be very much worried about that. They just try to keep their run chase on par. They required 10 runs to the over for the last 9 overs, and it is not outside reach, but they will need to protect their wickets in this very vital partnership. Remember, there was a very good partnership for the 3rd wicket, also in the Rhino innings between Rolfes and Snowman.
There's a batter opting for a little drink here. In this very beautiful hot day here in Oudtshoorn, with the recreational ground.
Yeah, the way that Du Plessis is swallowing that water, you can imagine that he maybe had his birthday yesterday and had a good celebration, but it's definitely not part of his composure.
Michael, I'll spill the beans here. Happy belated birthday for my co-commentator, Mr. Kennedy. Hope you enjoyed your day yesterday.
Well, I need to be neutral here today, so I'm not going to comment any further. Maybe there's a birthday present later in the afternoon. But well played thus far by the Rhinos. They batted very well. They put on a very defendable target. And there you can see the required run rate, 10.2 to the over. And this partnership already worth 34 runs. Junior Makua. Junior Makua. He seems to be a left arm spin bowler, and he will bowl to Du Plessis, who's on strike. Sensible cricket, just wide of the fielder, and Du Plessis will be happy with that single.
Yeah, McCall, short stature bowler here. Probably won't give much above eye level. He'll just look to dart it in.
That's exactly what he did there. Christensen well negotiated that one, and once again a single added to the score.
Yeah, we're reaching the same point of the Rhinos innings where we're hoping for the batter to make a play. You can see a little bit of intent changing here towards the batters. See what Du Plessis can come up with.
He went down the track, hit set for 4. That's a great execution by Du Plessis. And that is the type of batting which the Badgers would like to require and to see from their captain. Immediately transfer the pressure back to the bowler.
Yeah, good shot. Also, good time to put pressure on the fielding side as the bowler's fresh into attack. So, great area and great execution of the shot here from the captain.
And that took the Badgers to the 90s, 91 for 2 as we into the 12th over. Makua to Du Plessis. It's a wide delivery. Du Plessis will be angry with himself. That was 4 runs written all over it and he missed out, but it was wided by umpire Gloucester. Nicely played by Du Plessis. It's in the gap, and that's an easy 2. Well run by the 2 batters.
Yeah, smart batting, yeah, smart batting. Good partnership here. This partnership's building, I think it's on to 43, so it's exactly what the coaching staff need here. These do this to bat for another 2-3 overs and see how deep they can take it.
Keep their composure, keep the pressure on the fielding side. Well, Du Plessis once again, sweeping shot. Remember, he's an excellent hockey player. He played at SA 19. It's a bit of a sloppy fielding there, and he will get the single. It's also a test for time for the Rhinos to keep their composure and to keep their spirit high as the partnership starts growing. It's once again hit into the gap, and you can see opted to settle for the single as the fielding is done by Mohamed Mayet. Quite an expensive opening over from Makau. He conceded 11 runs in that over. After 12 overs, 96 for 2. If we look at the batters to follow, and the busy Jet Lee van Bressis is in great form. He will come into bat at number 5, and the powerful, hard-hitting Heath Richards at number 6. Now you can maybe swap it around. This is the batting lineup that we receive. As Gregory Mahlokwane, he will bowl all his 4 overs on the trot. He conceded 20 from his first 3, and he will bowl to Christensen, who's on 32 from 25.
Shot.
That is a magnificent executed shot, and that's 6. That is a well executed shot by Christensen.
Yeah, great shot there, Matthew Christensen. He finds himself at 38 of 26. It's exactly what the team needs right now. His first ball of the over again, going for a boundary.
And that also brought the 100 up for the Badgers. 102 from 77 balls and 55 minutes. And we saw 3 sixes and 9 fours. Mahlokwane to Christensen.
And knocks it down the ground for 1 there. Yeah, this brings the partnership to 52 runs. Great partnership here.
It's not often that the Badgers managed to get a 50 partnership in their campaign thus far. And as my co-commentator said, and I don't want to always refer to him, but a lack of partnerships between overs 6 and 15 was their downfall thus far this season. Du Plessis, he will get 1 as Mahlokwane run around, and they once again opted to settle for the single.
Yeah, the Badgers dugout looked slightly more relaxed than the previous games, since the partnership was building nicely. So all credit to these 2 batters out here, playing sensibly.
Mahlokwane to Christensen. Once again go big, and it's another maximum 6 over cow corner. That's a well constructed, executed shot by Christensen, and it takes him to 45. And remember, Christensen was left out the previous game, and he really took advantage and show his class, his composure, and also his ability to build an innings thus far.
Yeah, Matthew, quickly to pick on here that there's not much turn, and he can go slightly across the line of the ball, but executed his shot nicely, good reach, and gets the maximum as his current over is standing on.
Still a long way to go, but he is in process to stamp his authority here as a batter. That's wide outside of And he will once again feel that he missed out an opportunity there as he hit it to Rollface, who does the fielding. And that's a wide delivery called by umpire Shezi. And Mahlokwane, well, he conceded 14 runs, 15 runs thus far in this over. Christensen goes again, and that's again maximum. It's a very, very good over. And Christensen will get his half century, congratulated by his captain. The dugout is up, and you can hear the dugout. For a change, there's some energy in the dugout. Christensen moves to 51. Well played innings, 117 for 2. This was a very expensive over, and was this the momentum shift? Christensen, he faced 51 from 46 deliveries, from 46 minutes. He hit 3 sixes and 3 fours from 30 balls.
Yeah, well played, Matthew. Great knock here so far. The team needs you to bat. Team needs you to bat straight through here. Just for interesting sake here, there was 3 overs plus. It went for 12 runs plus in the Rhinos batting innings, where the Badgers now got 1 over, that's 20. So let's see how the rest of this innings plays out. But that was a well needed over to change momentum in this game, in this CSA Division 2 game between the Badgers and the Rhinos.
As we saw the reintroduction of Gareth Dukes from the northern end, the Badgers require 60 from the last 7 overs. Du Plessis will get a single. 1 bounce to deep mid-on.
Yeah, that's Matthews, Christensen's second 50 in this campaign.
He was with his back against the wall, and he certainly has proved a point here. Experience, composure. Can Dukes, who conceded 12 in his first over, bounce back as he bowls to the captain Du Plessis? And Du Plessis didn't connect him on properly. I think he was aiming more towards this offside, but an inside edge on that one, and he will take a single as Van Niekerk receive the ball back from the fielder Mayet.
There's Matthews. Du Plessis found himself on strike now. He's also played nicely, 30 of 24.
That's a magnificent shot from Du Plessis. He finds the boundary. 4 more to Du Plessis as he hits Dukes for 4, over cover for 4.
Yeah, great shot there from the captain. Great shot over extra cover for 4. Some worth given by Dukes, and the skipper pounced on it. This partnership was moving on nicely. It's exactly what the Badgers need here. Current over is going for 6 of 3 balls, so let's see if he can bounce back. As his current score reached 123 for 2 after 13.3. Momentum shift here. Badgers in front.
Dukes to Du Plessis. He was given some whiff there. He will feel that he missed out as he only gets a single, but he doesn't mind. The scoreboard keeps ticking. All of a sudden you can sense some excitement here on the crowd here on a Thursday afternoon, public holiday in South Africa. And Dukes, he will need to make a comeback. Got 2 balls left. He went for 19 in his first 10 balls. Dukes to Christensen. And Christensen, it's well fielded by the captain, Yuri Snyman, who dives towards his left. He prevents a certain boundary, but still 2 added to the total. Christensen is on 54. We said earlier that he'll need to be there at least until over number 16. He have a faultless knock thus far, and also dealt well with that one as he hits it to square leg, where he scored quite a lot of runs this afternoon. It takes his tally to 55.
Yeah, he picked up a couple of boundaries. That square leg boundary off the spinner. And that one just clipped nicely off his legs. As you can see, the dugout quite relaxed there.
saw the water bottles coming onto the field. It is, as I said earlier, a very hot, humid, late, mid-March afternoon here in Oudtshoorn. It's a great partnership, and it is setting up a victory here for the Badgers. And let's see what will transpire from the last 6 overs of this innings. And Rolfes back into the attack. He went for 17 in his first 2 overs, and there was a lot of damage to his figures done by Blade Capel, who dealt with him appropriately, anything short and wide. But he's an energetic young man, and he will definitely try to bounce back as he will bowl to Christensen, who will on strike. The partnership already 76 runs, and they required a run rate of 8.3 to the over for the last 6 overs. There's somebody running behind the side screen there.
Yeah, Roof's got one plan here and one plan to execute just to break through. So we can bring some dot balls. That's hit through the cover area for 1 to the sweeper boundary. They're pushing for 2. Yeah, great running from these 2 here.
Du Plessis running to the danger end, and there's one player running to the danger end which you can always put your money on, and that's Jean Du Plessis. It's the last home game of the Badgers for the season, and more spectators pouring into this ground. Rolfes, and that is Christensen. He lost his wicket. He will be disappointed. Rolfes celebrates the wicket. Christensen caught. Dismissed for 57 from 34 balls, and a breakthrough for Rolfes. And will there be a twist in a tail?
Good knock from Matthew. Christensen there, 57 of 34 balls. And from British finds himself walking to the crease right now. Yeah, that's the risk that he opted to take, and obviously, like we said, the bowler's job is to get a wicket. He's done it, so this is going to make this last phase of the game very interesting.
Van Bries is quite a busy cricketer. In the opening match of this campaign for the series, he scored a well-constructed half-century against the Northern Cape Heat in Kimberley. He's also an excellent runner between the wickets. He's in great form, and he will join his captain Jean Du Plessis, who's on 35. And the Rhinos will sense that if they can get the wicket of Du Plessis, there will be a change in the momentum of this game. As I've said earlier, a victory for the Rhinos can give them an opportunity to reach the semi-finals. They've still got the Knights to play, and a victory here will definitely put them into the equation. Rolfes to Van Bries. Jet Li Van Bries is a product of the hub system from De Almeida and Mossel Bay. Well dealt with. Immediately pick up a single. He went to a local school here in Oudtshoorn, Langenhoven Gymnasium, who produced plenty of cricket players over the years. And as I said earlier, he was discovered at the De Almeida hub in Mossel Bay, just over the mountain. Beautiful Mossel Bay, where there will be plenty of holiday makers for the Easter weekend, and also for those who make this a long weekend.
Yeah, I can vouch for that. Mossel Bay, beautiful little spot.
Rolfes to Du Plessis. Did the right thing, played it out to the offside, and get a single to move them to 36.
Yeah, coaching staff opting for Van Bries to come in. Your thoughts on that? Would you send Richards in or Van Bries?
Yeah, look, I would rather go the conservative option. We'll come to that after this delivery. Van Bries pick up a single. Although not as constructive as Richards, the risk of Van Brieses is a bit lower than Richards. Richards is also a batter that needs to play himself in. He can be extremely destructive, but they've opted to bat Van Brieses at number 5, and my view is it's 8 runs to the over. It's not that we're into the 12, 13s per over, so Van Brieses will have the capability to do the job. Sent back quickly by Du Plessis as Fine Leg does the fielding. It's on the circle, no run added to the score. So that's the end of the 15th over. The score 133 for 3. They still need 44 from the last 5. That's 9 to the over, will take them home. And we sense that unless something very dramatic and special happen, we will have cricket in the last over. Warren?
Yeah, definitely. You know, from the readings, what the score is telling us, with wickets in hand, you back the Badgers to take this one. But like we experienced in the past, this game always brings a turn and a twist once there's pressure on these players. Like the old saying, say, pressure makers do funny things, eh?
That is correct. And in spite of conceding 22 in his opening 2 overs, they are going to keep Dukes in the attack. As he runs into bowl to Du Plessis, there will be no margin for error. Ooh. You almost get rid of Du Plessis there. Was that a slow ball? I think he's taken some pace off the ball, and maybe the bounce was not what Du Plessis was expected. Unlike this wicket, who's produced some 2 bounce and carry this afternoon.
Yeah, if it wasn't pace with the ball, they would have just died on him. But luckily, just missed the stumps, and he's still at the crease. Yeah, like my co-commentator said, this is the batter they would like to see the back of, the Rhinos. As he shuffles down the wicket and he punches that too long on.
Clever bowling from Dukes, who noticed Du Plessis shuffling down the wicket, and he put it right onto his legs.
Yeah, run rate shot up to 9.2. You feel the Badgers would want to get a boundary just to settle things down, but obviously you think that Van Brieses will take that risk, and then Du Plessis will just try and knock it down the ground where he feels it's comfortable for him to make a play.
As the new batter on strike brings some changes to the field. 3 fielders, 4 fielders outside the circle. Dukes to Van Brieses. Smashes this to the offside. Fielding is done by the captain Yuri Snyman. No addition to the scores.
Yeah, Van Brieses also opting to give himself room to exit that extra cover area.
Yeah, I also sense with that stroke that Van Brieses, as you correctly said, he will take the ownership to opt for the boundaries. It's another dot ball. No, it's not a dot ball. It's well taken single there. As I said earlier, both Van Brieses and Du Plessis very, very quick between the wickets. Good runners and a valuable single added to the score.
Yeah, good composure there. If he threw at the stumps, there was a possibility of them coming back for 2. So he held his nerve nicely.
Du Plessis will be a little bit under pressure, slightly under pressure. They still need a boundary this over. 2 balls left. And he did get hold of Dukes in the previous over from Dukes. Can he do it again?
Dukes bringing Fine Leg up.
Well bowled, Gareth Dukes. Just a single. Very good comeback by Dukes. Only conceded 3. He's got 1 more left. No panic stations at this point in time. But every single ball will be important here and crucial. Singles. They will be happy conceding only singles here, the visitors from Mpumalanga. That one is played. Roll face. and well run, very good running between the wickets. So 2 runs from the last delivery and 5 runs from the over. Dukes is now about 3 overs. He conceded 27 runs, 138 for 3, 4 overs to go. The required run rate 9.8, 39 runs from 4 overs. So it's basically 10 to the over. And Warren, it's going to be an exciting 4 overs.
Yes, definitely. Definitely, as you can see, maybe out to your view there, it's a gathering from the Rhinos, trying to make sure they get the right bowlers in from the right side.
Yep.
But the Badgers feel like they're in control here.
Yeah, if you look at the comparative scores, after 16 overs, the Rhinos 132 for 3, the Badgers 138 for 3. So there is a difference of 6 runs. I sense that is just enough to require conservative cricket from the home side to take them over the line. Remember, at that stage, Benjamin van Niekerk was very destructive with the bat. As he got hold of Tyrese Carlos, who bowled the last 5 balls of the Majiza over after he twisted his ankle.
Yeah, it's at Carlos over number 17. Just glanced down at my notes that's his over that went for 20 plus. So let's see if the captain Du Plessis gonna make a play here in this over. He's on 38 from 30.
Yeah, we see the return of John Hinrichsen. He's got 2 overs left. He conceded 11 in his first 2, so we can assume that he will bowl over number 20 from the Freda Street end of the ground. Over number 19, I suppose. Apologies for that. He will bowl overs number 17 and 19. Du Plessis is on strike. On the other hand, the Badgers will need a good over to take the momentum forward and to release the pressure.
Yeah, he's got fine leg, short fine leg, short third man. He's got deep square in the boundary, cow corner, mid on and long off, and sweep a boundary offside.
Oh, well bowled, well played, Jim. That's a magnificent shot from Du Plessis as he places one square bat down to third man for 4.
Yeah, good touch, Du Plessis. Obviously knew it was going to be full. Just waited for the ball and just guided it down to third man. With short third man being up, it went down to the boundary. Now third man's going back. He's playing in the field. What? Captain van Niekerk, the wicket keeper. Trying to confuse all of us. Fielder is staying back now. Good start to the over for the Badgers.
Hinrichsen to Du Plessis. Driven to the offside. And well taken single. Almost run out Van Brieses at the wicketkeeper end of the pitch. 1 more added to the total. And Van Brieses, who is on 6 from a similar number of balls, he will be very keen to up his strike rate also here. Unlike in the other competitions, Du Plessis hasn't put a great knock together. He was very constructive and destructive in the 4-day competition, and he also scored 2 centuries in the 1-day cup. So Van Brieses on strike against Hinrichsen. Short ball, that should be 2, easy 2 as Du Plessis comes, that ball is returned. Sensible batting by Van Brieses.
Yeah, sensible, but you feel like he's going to take that extra risk that Du Plessis don't need to. So if there's a boundary that needs to come and a risk, big risk needs to be taken, you think Van Brieses will do that, as he's finding himself 8 of 7.
Yep. This one is hit into the gap.
Hit nicely.
Well fielded down. Very good fielding, prevent a certain boundary there in the deep. And 2 more added to the score. And 9 runs from the over, 2 balls left from Hinrichsen. Van Brieses, you asked me earlier, my opinion, and I think it was the right move to keep him at number 5 at this point in time.
Yeah, you spot on there.
He also had a very good season in all formats. That's uppish Will there be a catch? Or will it fall in no man's land? It does fall in no man's land. As 3 runners ran to that ball and pick up 2. That was a bit of a risky shot by Van Brissys.
Yeah, but then so I said, if there's any risk needs to be taken, it will be from Brissys.
Yeah, you're 100% right. You're 100% right.
As the captain's opting or asking for someone to drink at the non-strikers end there. The heat's getting to him. Maybe a good little after party at the graduation.
He's still got a job to do. Hendrickson to Van Brissys. That is a magnificent cover drive by Van Brissys. He finds the gap. A very good shot by Van Brissys. Applauded by the captain as the water bottles are onto the field. And a very expensive over there. He went for 2 boundaries, 2 couples. 15 from that over. And at this point in time, with 3 overs to go, 153 for 3. They're leading 8 to the over. Advantage to the 6-gun girl Garmerud Badgers. And for a change, there's some smiles in the dressing room.
There are some shirts off as well. It just shows you the heat in Oudtshoorn at the moment. Good slap through the covers there from Van Brissys as he's bringing momentum to this innings and also for his team. Well needed boundary there. 24 of the last 3. Game on, yeah.
And they will continue with Dukes, who will bowl his last over. So the question is now, with Dukes bowling over number 18, who will bowl over number 20? I think it's a foregone conclusion that Hendrickson will bowl the next over, his last over. And I think he was probably up for spin in the last over. Dukes to du Plessis. Comes down the track, hits it nicely.
Brissys should come back.
And very good running. Must be a nightmare for a fielding side. The outfield not that fast, and they capitalise on that. They read it pretty clever. A shot like that with boundary riders on the boundary coming in to do the fielding will always be a couple with Van Brissys and du Plessis on strike. 22 from 17. Similar shot, but this time it will only be a single as Mohamed Mayet runs in, he picks up and returns it to Dukes, and that will be Van Brissys on strike.
Yeah, John playing it nicely, nice and smart here. Good captain's knock so far. He's taking responsibility of this batting order.
Yeah, I feel maybe that he need to take responsibility, and he responded to the quest from his teammates. But also give credit to Van Brissys, who's on 16 from 10. He seems to be in fine form. Short delivery, and he almost hit that ball straight into the face of Dukes, who stops it. And fortunately, it was hit a little bit lower, otherwise there was some face construction. But well stopped by Dukes, prevented a certain boundary.
Yeah, that's definitely going down as a drop catch. Unlucky. Yeah, as you can see here, Van Brissys taking the extra risk to get his boundary as his captain. He's just knocking it down the ground.
Du Plessis. And that
Shot.
is almost a bread and butter shot for Du Plessis. Just dropped short of square leg. That ball almost carried.
Yeah, Squella gets some work to do there.
Fielder is in the shade. Now Du Plessis is a sensible player. He would have surely picked up the fielder down on the square leg boundary, just in front of the home team dugout. Very evenly contested match. I just think at this point in time the Badgers has responded a little bit better, but it's not over yet as Dukes runs into Van Brissys. He comes down the wicket. Will that clear the boundary? It does. It does. That's a great shot by Van Brissys. He punches the glove of Du Plessis, and Van Brissys compliments to him. There's a few spectators there enjoying the boundary 6. And from here on, Warren, it's advantage to the Badgers. Can they keep their cool? And can they take this one over the line to get their first victory of the season in a very hot, humid afternoon in Oudtshoorn. Dukes running in to Van Brissie's. And that's well executed. The fielding is done. And one more added to the total, taking Van Brissie's to 24 from 13. Right from the very first ball, he was on the money. And 39 from 4 overs. Dukes, he was a bit expensive this afternoon. No wickets. As we will see, the penultimate over, and it will most probably be bowled by John Hinrichsen. They need 12 runs from 12 balls, 165 for 3.
Yeah, Van Brissie's great over for the Badgers there. Van Brissie's taking the responsibility to take all the risks, and he came off nicely for his team there. He's on 24 from 13. But credit must go also to the captain, the way he compiled and structured this innings. We're finding ourselves with run the ball here. If you just tuned in, you could notice or be part of the Badgers' first victory in this campaign for this season.
The partnership were 36, and when they go back to the drawing board in all their matches, the Badgers' lack of proper batting and putting the innings together was their downfall. Today they responded. Van Brissie's, that is a magnificently executed sweep shot for 4.
Yeah, good shot there. Fine leg up from Brissie's, opting just to go on the one knee and just yap it on over the fielder and keeper's head for boundary. Exactly the start they wanted this over. Trying to get majority of these runs in this over.
The execution of that shot speaks of a batter that is in fine form and fine nick. And Rolfes conceded another 4. And Van Brissie's all of a sudden moves to a strike rate of 200. As he picks up a single.
Very smart batting from Brissie's.
.170 for 3, 7 more runs to take the Badgers over the line. Rolfes to Du Plessis. He comes down the track, hit this one out to the offside. One more added to the total as Du Plessis moves to 48. You cannot fault the batting performance and the batting effort from the Rhinos. They batted really well today.
Yeah, the Rhinos compiled the innings nicely.
But it was just seems to be not enough. Van Brissie's will pick up a single from there. No, it's not a second one. He needs to rush back.
If you're trying to be critical here, I think there was this periods where the Rhinos just fell asleep with their 1s and 2s. Where the Badgers were picked up fast, especially when Van Brissie's came to the crease. He upped the tempo nicely by running between the wickets, hitting the ball in the pockets and pushing hard. So that helped the captain just to continue knocking the ball as he's finding himself on 48.
And give credit to the batting performance and the innings of Matthew Christensen today. He really responded and batted quite well.
Yes.
Rolfes to Du Plessis. 5 runs needed from 8 balls. And that's a wide. It will be 4 runs from 8 balls. I made a prediction that we will definitely see the last over, but I will buy a drink if I'm wrong. To my fellow commentator only, not to everybody else.
I think a drink will go back to you.
A soft drink. Du Plessis hits it into the gap. Well fielded, very good fielding there, preventing a boundary. 2 more added, and that takes Du Plessis to his half century. Great captain's knock. We said in the beginning, at the start of the innings, as he raises his bat, that his innings will be crucial. He owes his teammates a proper knock, and today was a day where he appropriately responded. As we will see the last ball of the over, of the penultimate over, it will be bowled by Rolfes to Du Plessis. 2 runs needed. Rolfes to Du Plessis. It's a well executed delivery. Will they pick up a second? Yes, they will come back. I think they will be home safe. They're home safe. Du Plessis raises his arms. He's delighted. Victory for the Badgers by 7 wickets with 6 balls to spare. 177 for 3. And for once and for last, the Badgers getting into the winning column.
Yeah, great knock from the captain there. The Badgers off to a winning streak. Yeah, hopefully they can get and continue on this path. It's just a pity we had to wait for the last home game for them to get started. But all credit to the captain and even Matthew Christensen. Great knock there, but also stunning little cameo here from British towards the back end. It will leave the people of Oudtshoorn with a smile on their faces after this public holiday.
Yeah, thank you very much, Warren. Great innings by Du Plessis. Well support from Van Brisies. A good partnership for the 4th wicket. It's victory for the Badgers by 7 wickets, as I say, with 6 balls to spare, and a very entertaining afternoon of cricket. Sensible batting, not any flashy approach. They played good cricket to deserve a victory here. So they will be heading to Polokwane on Tuesday, where they will take on the lock leaders, the Limpopo Impala. They need a victory to avoid the wooden spoon there. On the other hand, the Rhinos, they will be heading to their home base at White River, where they will take on the ITEC Knights. And both those 2 teams, Impala, Limpopo and the Knights, they will be searching for a victory to make sure that they can host the final after qualifying and winning semi-finals. Thank you very much for all our viewers on this YouTube channel that tuned in this afternoon. This was our last commentary from the recreation ground in Oudtshoorn for this competition. There will be celebrations tonight for the Badgers as they will celebrate their first victory of the season. And we say goodbye to all of us. And also a word of thanks to our technical team from Pitch Vision. Excellent support this afternoon. Well done to you. And have a great long weekend to all our viewers.